So we're going to be playing in the Manticxre Tavern number 5 major, which is probably the last one on Pixelborn. $10 event. First to fourth gets paid out a percentage of that based on entries. And then there's points leading towards the Invitational. I don't know what I'm going to play. This was a deck that I had sort of theorized could be viable, leveraging like Hades, Let It Go, and then focusing more on using one jump ahead. It has a lot less characters at 28 versus like 31. This one isn't running SME and is running like the full Tamatoa, more like the mid-game, late-game stuff as opposed to the sort of early-game nonsense. And then it has Avalanche for Bucky. I want to try and jam a game of this real quick just to feel how it plays before the event to see if there's anything that I want to change before I submit my deck list. So we're going to sort of speed run through a game real quick here with this deck and hopefully get a little bit of an idea of if the hands feel really clunky or whatever, because we have about, I don't know, 15 minutes or so to make a choice on our deck. And this is going to be testing for Chicago, but we're just going to do it live because there's no reason not to just test actively. So we're going first. This hand is pretty good. We'll send these 3 back. We probably maybe should have kept the Tamatoa just for ink, but we maybe didn't need this many Let It Goes against a deck that likely is going to be able to steal them, but hopefully our Fishbone Quill and our Baboom will be good. We'll lead into Beast, and then that'll be fine. Not the best hand I've ever seen, but I wanted to use this as ink, so it'll be alright. So we'll send this as ink and pass. So I was sort of struggling with where to put all the inkables. Maybe having all 4 Hades is unnecessary. It feels like it's probably pretty good, but it is not always likely that necessary. I can blast the Kita. I don't really care about it, though. I'm more concerned with like a Diablo or something that is a little bit scarier of a card. Ursula's fine. It does take one of our ink, but that's okay. I knew that was going to happen. That's why I inked the other ones. So I'm not too concerned about it. We'll go ahead and ink the Tamatoa. We don't have a ton of item stuff, and it'll be a little bit before we actually get it going anyway. We're going to go ahead and send... against this deck, probably the Simba here. We'll plan on playing the Beast into the Tinkerbell, maybe. The Simba is good, but I may want to use this Baboom on a Diablo so that they don't get a lot of draw, especially if we end up playing the Beast and they lead into Diablo. It's a little bit awkward there, so... Yeah, I thought about this, maybe getting rid of the Baboom, so that they didn't have the ability to remove it. But I opted not to, and now we're in a bit of an awkward position here. We can just ink 1 and send the Beast instead of running out the Tinkerbell. Sudden Chill is a bit annoying. So there's a world where we just like jam Tinkerbell here, because they can just Sudden Chill and make us discard anyway. It's a bit awkward if they have Painting the Roses Red and a Muses. They go Muses, Painting, bounce the Tinkerbell. I think I'd rather just discard everything and play out the Tinkerbell. Given that they have so much discard, we'll just play from the top for a moment. And hope that they just don't have a Bruno since they inked 1. Yep, okay. We'll just concede. I don't have time to play this out. Hey, Brennan DeCandio, how are you? Okay, so let's think about this list for a second here then. We need to sort by color. So... my mulligan was probably not great there. I needed to send Let It Go, because it's a song. We just needed to have less songs in our hand. So this deck has 11 songs, which is a bit higher than average, I would say. Not by much, but the one jump aheads make it a little bit awkward sometimes against the song discard. Maybe we'll run one more. I don't necessarily think that my inking choices were ideal there, but we shall see. We may end up going back to a more traditional version of the list if this doesn't end up working out, or if it just doesn't feel good against the normal lists because it just doesn't have the cogs worth it. It plays very differently to what I'm used to with the Hades and the Let It Goes. We're against Green Steel, so we need to mulligan a little bit more of this. Tinkerbell and Flav are probably okay because we're going first, but we'll send the rest of this. We're ripping an awful lot of Let It Goes in spots where we don't necessarily want them, but the Baboom will be good. It's like okay in this match, but not early, so we'll ink them both, it's fine. It's actually not a bad draw, honestly, because it's something that we can ink pretty comfortably. They jam a Hidden Cove right away, sure. That's fine. This card is, like, okay. It's kind of a weird card to play for these decks, in my opinion, because it's like you're trying to protect your idiots from something, you know, some nebulous thing, but, like, it just slows you down so much. Let's get rid of the Flav. Should have gotten rid of this one. We'll keep one. Tinkerbell's generally pretty good in this matchup. We may not need the Baboom since we have the double Tinkerbell. It does allow us to bust through the Hidden Cove, though. Maybe, honestly, it's the Beast. There's a world where, like, the Beast is valuable next turn, but it dies to Zeus, and I would rather like Tinkerbell to bully their guys than worry as much about running that out here. So let's do this. I'm thinking just double Tinkerbell is my line. So I guess we just don't need the draw card. I don't know. That might be incorrect, but hey, first to 20. I don't know. Maybe the Babooms and the one jump aheads just don't work together. We didn't really one jump ahead this game, though. Oh, of course, they double discard us. This shit is, like, the most obnoxious thing. Because I don't even think that this is good in the mirror. Like the Ursula play. And maybe the line is, like, we just ink and we draw right away. Rather than running out the Tinkerbell. But I know that a lot of the lists have just stopped running that because it just doesn't do anything. Like, what's the plan here? You let us kill your guys, and then what? I mean, I guess they do just get to kill my guy with their Ursula. Hidden Cove is a little annoying. Avalanche would have been a nice draw, or even just an Inkable. I suppose Avalanche would be pretty acceptable in some of these spots. We're really going to need an Inkable pretty bad here. Rip. Such is the cost of running 18. Yeah. Maybe there's just too many inkables if we're running the Hades. Like, just in general, there's just way too many. I mean, the Cove is annoying, but, like, if I have an inkable there, I just Hades this, and then I'm in a good spot anyway. And then that just didn't matter. Which I'm just gonna do now. Because they can only do so much with their ink, realistically. Like, Cove is really rough against Avalanche, which is why I want to try and fit some Avalanches in. I just don't know where to put them. It's, like, annoying. I just want more Rise as well. We'll play this now. Let's do this on the Diablo. Just bash the Robin and pass. I was thinking about hitting the Cove, but I'd rather just, like, take out their characters. It's possible that, like, the Hades part of the deck just, like, doesn't care that much about the aerial part of the deck, and you just focus more on this, and then you fix your inkables that way. Like, you remove the aerials, you maybe run some bells instead, for more inkables, but still having more payoff. I don't really care about the Cove. The aerial is a very fast and uninteractable clock, though, which is nice. Oh no, they've got a Bucky. Tinkerbell's a little annoying. Makes me kind of not be able to attack with the aerial, which is a bit awkward. We can dunk the Bucky, which we probably should just do. Like this, I suppose. And then I'm just going to hit the Cove and pass. Because if they decide to, like, use the Tinkerbell to hit the Hades here, I just attack the Cove with the aerial, and then it dies. And if they quest with it and they don't do that, I just do the same thing. Yeah. See what they've got for their card. Another Tinkerbell is particularly obnoxious. We don't really need to use the Grab Your Sword. It doesn't do anything for us here. But I guess we gotta bash here. I didn't, but I should have. So we'll just hit the Cove. We'll let them kill the Tinkerbell here, I guess. We'll just pass. I didn't consider that, but I maybe should have to get the extra 5 in. Because that's kind of free. I should have killed this. I don't know what I'm doing. This is what the Baboom was for. That's why I saved it. Oops. Oh well. Maybe we can scoop up 2 things with the Grab Your Swords then. My assumption is that they have, like, a Zeus or something. Just another hidden Cove, sure. I don't know all about all these hidden Coves here. I guess we just do this. And then we blast the Cove and hit here. And just clean up the board and pass. It is very slow. Ursula. Considering just dealing 2 here. And questing. They can't quest with the Ursula. I guess they can do that. That's fine. I get to kill the Ursula here. Shoot the Beast. Shoot the Beast twice. Might just consider drawing 2 to see if I can get rid of this. And then just shoot the beast with the other one. I guess I don't need another Simba then. Just send this bitch to the Shadow Realm. Bye. And then we got the Crab. Crab can find Maurice's workshop, I suppose, because the quill doesn't do anything. We'll get workshop and we'll just jam. Then we have another Hades if they play anything that's not a 1-3. I mean, unironically, like, the Hades do feel pretty good. All things considered. Like, they have felt very good in this matchup, and this is not even the matchup for them, right? Like, they close the game really fast, too. Because they actually quest for a decent amount. I mean, so does Tamato, obviously, but I don't know. We got, like, a few seconds here to talk about the list to see if there's anything that really jumps out. The only thing that really strikes me is that, like, the Inkable count is a little rough. A little bit higher than I would like. I don't mind 2 beasts. I think that number is fine. 2 workshops is probably the right number. Yeah, questing for 2 is insane. I like the 1 avalanche. I wouldn't mind bringing it up to 2. I don't know if I need this broom, but, like, I don't really have anything else that I would want to put in this slot that also still helps against Diablo. This is just a sort of a hedge against Diablo and also Tremaine a little bit. It could be that we're supposed to cut down to 1 aerial and then add another 4-drop, maybe a Bell, give us another Inkable. I don't love Bell, and I do like aerial a lot, though. Do we just run the list as is? This is a no Whole New World version, basically. And the reason that we can afford to do this, like this many uninkables with the 1-jumps, is because we're not playing Whole New World. And we're only running 2 workshops instead, which would normally be like 4 Whole New Worlds. It allows us, because we're playing 1-jumps, I have 4 Babooms already. But yes, that is a good shout. But yeah, we're already playing the full 4. I don't know. You've watched me play the only 2 games that I've played with this deck today. Since I built it, basically. Yeah, maybe you don't cut Whole New World, but, like, I don't know if you can afford to run all the Hades and also the Whole New Worlds. Like, I don't think the Hades lists can also be Whole New World lists. I just want to try it. I don't know if it's good. I'm just going to try it for this tournament, I think, and see. Because I don't know how this card plays. I don't really know how this card plays yet. Like, it's entirely possible that just the normal Whole New World list is ideal. Maybe the Whole New World list with the 1-jumps and some avalanches, like, you lean into that is better. Something closer to what Savage has been playing is where you want to be, because you, like, 1-jump into just better stuff. Maybe Aurora is better than Grammatala. I don't know. You know, Cogsworth is a very strong card, but, like, Hades bullies the Cogsworth decks. So I'm just going to run this list as is, because I don't really have time to test more of it. And I want to test whatever this is. Right, so we're gonna run this for this event, and if it's shit and we just scrub really quick, then we'll mix it up for something else, and then we will try that. But we don't have a lot of time because I wasn't originally gonna play in this. I was just gonna jam normal games, but it made sense just to play instead. So this is what we're gonna play today for this event because it's starting in like 4 minutes or whatever. I don't mind Aurora if we are playing 1-jump ahead. I think this card is, like, okay. Not insane, but okay. I think it's unplayable if you're not playing it for, like, on turn 3, right? If you're not doing 1-jump into it. Like, if you're just paying 4 for it, I don't think it's very good. I think it's maybe okay. I think that the Hades were very good there. I think the Let It Goes were, like, okay, but they basically are the same effect, so I think it's similar for us. Is this spell table? No, this is still Pixelborn for another week or two before it's effectively gone. So, and then after that, we'll see where we're at with it. But this is Dreamborn.ink as far as the deck list visuals. Like cards that I really like. So I wanna look at our inkables here. So I'm not entirely sold on not having Whole New World yet, right? I'm trying the 2 workshops basically because I'm on a list that like is awkward with Whole New World more so than it's not, just the way that it is constructed right this moment. But it is entirely possible that maybe like 3 Whole New Worlds or 4 Whole New Worlds is right, and then you just run no aerials perhaps, or you run you go back to Mickey's and you cut the Avalanche or something. And you still run like the Hades package, you just run Whole New Worlds with it and more 5s. After I cut Smee, then the Cogsworth didn't make a lot of sense in the deck. Because we really didn't have anything for the Cogsworth to protect. Obviously, it's sometimes nice to protect the Tinkerbell or the Beast in the mirror, but the Hades and the Let It Go and the Crabs are already pretty good in the mirror. If your opponent is playing Cogsworth and then they followed up with something, and then you play Hades to kill that something, all they have are Cogsworth, and you have, like, Hades. You can keep up pretty well with what they're doing by removing their other big things, with the Hades, with the Let It Goes, and then their board is basically just Cogsworth, and it's not as scary, is the theory. Whether that's accurate or otherwise, we'll see today, I guess. We'll see in a couple of minutes. The Avalanche is probably still better as a Rise. It is sort of a concession to like the Bucky garbage, especially now that they're running locations. You can kill the location and their guys at the same time. This is also good against red-purple for the same reason. You play this and then you play Tinkerbell the following, or you play this and to grab your sword and you can kind of clean up the board if they have a castle. So it gives you more flexibility there. I do think that Rise is probably still necessary in some numbers. There just wasn't anywhere to put it, with the Baboom and the Let It Go as sort of my big spell slots that are taking up the majority. I just didn't really have enough room for more spells, because we already don't have that many characters. Because the Hades is taking up, like, the majority of our slots. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tricky with how to construct this deck. You lose a lot of characters when you run 1 jump ahead, because you just don't have Mickeys anymore. And if we're not going 3 to 5, if we're going 2 to 4 for some of this stuff, Avalanche, the Aurora, getting the double spell because we have more 7s than we ever did before, like being able to double ramp or 1 jump ahead into Quill, Baboom in a turn or whatever, those kind of plays, it makes the 7 drops more castable, but I don't know. The carve for this deck is probably a little high, is what I'm suspecting. If you sort by costs here, like, normally we have a lot more 5s, but we don't have a ton now, and we have a lot more 7s. And this is probably, like, too much. I do like the 4 Tamatoas in this deck, probably, though. Shot PT, appreciate the follow. Don't I appreciate the follow as well. But yeah, this is what we're going to try. And if it's bad, we'll go back to the drawing board a little bit. But this is something that I sort of theorized up a little bit may be viable as more of a mid-rangey pile that just has more impactful things to draw off the top. But without having Smee and things like that, we may be a little softer to things like Tremaine. We don't have as much location removal. We have a few more characters that are bigger, but that may not necessarily be good enough. The aerials may, as an uninkable, may not be good enough in this list. I don't know. We're playing some weird ones today, and we'll see how we like them. And if they operate well for us, that's great. If they operate like shit, we'll suss that out soon here. So the tournament's getting going here in just a moment, and then we will at least get to battle some with our Coggerless list. I'm not entirely sold on Cog being necessary for the deck, because I do think it's really bad into the red decks, and if you can beat the green decks without it, like, then it becomes, are the steel mirrors absolutely decided by Cogsworth, or are there other cards that exist that can bully those mirrors enough that you don't care that you have or don't have Cogsworths? Like, obviously the Cog wall is insane, but the online meta and the IRL meta are not always, exact overlap, but they're generally pretty close. Some of it is card availability, but most of the people that are going to travel to things will not have that as a problem. Or at least they won't make that their barrier to what they play. So some of it is like, is the deck that is doing well their style? If it's really expensive, yeah, it'll be different from an LGS for sure. But for a big tournament that people are traveling to, that you're going to see more of an overlap, I would say, of whatever like a rough snapshot of the meta will be. Especially if it's more than 500 people, you're just going to have a pretty rough snapshot, and then you'll have, your 10% or whatever of other, which is, kind of your homebrewy or off-meta sort of decks, 10 to 20% there. And then, if they get good matchups, that can be a good enough deck to do well with, right? You look at Atlanta, and it's not to say that the deck was bad, like the yellow-purple sort of Piglet Perdita aggro deck. I don't think it's a bad deck, but like it certainly isn't a meta choice, and they definitely have bad matchups somewhere in there. You just have to not run into them in spots where it's problematic, right? And then it's fine. In the same way that almost any deck you can play and do well, if you get matchups that aren't your abysmal ones. You could bring red blue rather, and you can just win every game because you only fight against mid-range decks instead of Bucky decks, right? Or you bring red purple and you never see Bucky all day and you just smash everybody with Flynn Rider. Those are all things that you can do with a good run out, right? But obviously, if you don't get a good run out, then rip and pep. But if you try to bring a deck that is at least not cold to your worst matchups, you can at least play for the 1-1 split, or sometimes, even if you're 80-20, that still means that 20% of the time you're winning. So if you practice and are able to navigate into those spots, then that can generally help you a lot. I would say that this is the one that we were playing the other day, is probably closer to what is something that I would actually bring to the event, probably with an extra Tamatoa, maybe one less aerial, and then we can maybe afford to run another removal spell, or a different uninkable rather, because 2 aerials is maybe fine. Maybe we don't need Chen Pose, maybe we just need, we add some beasts or whatever. But I do think that the 4 Tamatoa is looking more and more like what you should be doing in this deck. Because it just feels really strong right now. Especially as a way to, like, close the game. We're still waiting for the last person to check in, I guess. Then we'll get started here. Yeah, the Chicago event, I think, will dictate a lot of the metagame, or at least some of the adaptations that people came up with to try and fight the problematic cards. I mean, I definitely think that red-purple can sort of ignore and go around Bucky. They just go faster. But, like, it's really rough, right? Because if they have the just double Bucky, triple Diablo draw, no matter what you're playing, you're probably just going to lose. because even if you play out some early aggression or whatever, they can empty your whole hand, stabilize, and then it's a big problem. But we'll see. Where's Bjorn, and why is he not checked in? If anybody knows where he's at, just call him up. Cantrip, sure. I mean, the thing about that is, like, a list like that isn't going to be as aggressive into your other bad matchups, right? It's if you're not doing the one drop into Flynn, into Sisu, into Castle, like, you're not going to beat blue steel and blue red as often because they'll be able to stabilize it, when you're only at like 9, and then they have just like a lot more time. When you do that run out, you just have way more pressure. They stabilize at like 14, and then it's a lot easier for you to close out the last little bit, even if they manage to stabilize, right? Yen said, interesting. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I don't think it's playing blue-red. I like, this is an old list, obviously, but I played it some, and I don't like the amount of inkables. I already don't like the amount of inkables that we have in this list that we're playing now. Like, I already feel like we're playing too many. And it's one of those situations where, like, I'm doing it a little bit to test. Like, I want to have the full set of one jump heads to feel how strong they are. I want to have the full set of Hades to feel how good they are to have that many. I don't really have room for more avalanches, but, like, I would like to test it, because if it's really good, maybe we play 2 in the deck or something, right? Okay, so we are against Mookster here. So we're going to do this. That is my deck list. Okay. All right, we battle. We'll see. Okay. We battle. Yeah, 2-game format. Alright, so it's 5 rounds, so we can cut some of these off. What's my favorite pizza? Usually it's something with like a barbecue base, and then pineapple and some sort of a salty meat, ham, bacon. Something along those lines is generally pretty favorable for me. That's a good hand. We'll get rid of the grab your sword on the Hades, and then we'll keep the let it go to ink it. Alright, so I went first. So let's ink, let it go, run out the popsicle here and draw. So far, this hand isn't particularly unusual for what a normal blue-steel deck would have. We're against, presumably, red-purple. I'm debating blasting this, but I'm probably going to try and save the Baboom for a Flynn. Most likely. Let's play Fortisphere first. So, given this, we'll ink Aurora with what our draw is here. Since we didn't one jump ahead, the Aurora is not really worth what we need here, and they can't destroy items in this matchup anyway. So the question is, if they play Flynn... Oh, they don't play Flynn. Well, then there's no question. I like a lot of my cards. I think I can get rid of Baboom now. So that we can play this. And then I will get rid of one of these Flavershams. Maybe I was supposed to get rid of the Flaversham to show that information, but kind of okay with this. I'd like to be able to kill this Chernobog Followers with this Tinkerbell if possible. It may not be, but getting the Tinkerbell down to -1 card from them doesn't seem terrible to me. They may just use it to draw this turn, though. But I would like to put it down for some pressure. Okay, so they're just bouncing it now. They may replay it this turn. Should be good for us, because I still think I run out the Tinkerbell. Yeah, they just replay it. Okay, so that's good for us. Or do we want to run out the Beast instead? It would allow us to not have to ink as much, which I like. I definitely do like that. What if we just get rid of the Tinkerbell then, and use the Simba the turn after? We'll just do this and play Beast and pass. It's like, on the play, with a ramp, is kind of the only time that you can really play Beast against this deck anyway. And if we get to draw 2 with this, that puts us in a very good position. I assume that they're just questing out. If they have Pinocchio plus a crab, they can kill the Beast with that. I don't know if this deck is up there. It is not. Give me a second. Because I think it's listed as private. I'll make it public. It'll be in the first link, then you may have to refresh. So in this spot, we can kill the Flynn Rider. With our Simba here. And then I'm debating hitting here, but I think I can just pass for a turn. Simba's very strong here. It doesn't open it up to Maui. We can draw with it for at least another turn before we have get to play our Flaversham here. You're right, they didn't have enough for Pinot Crab. That's why you do it that turn, because they literally just like don't have enough resources. If they did have the Pinocchio, they could have in theory mimed plus their 1-drop into the Beast, I guess, but that's not as bad for us. But yeah, you're absolutely right, they didn't have enough. So they did have a castle, they had to get rid of it because we have too much pressure on the board. They run out of goat. We can just run those 2 out and draw extra cards. I don't hate that. We could maybe run out Flaversham instead. Draws more cards, and then we could potentially ink this if we don't need it. We certainly don't need another beast. The Simba's good, though. Yeah. If I quest here, they just trade with these two, which feels pretty bad. I think I'm just going to pass for another turn. This is the Medusa turn. They have to decide between these two. And if they're just running out stuff like Rabbit, we may have the ability to just get rid of some of their characters with like a Hades. But we're likely going to be getting in with the Flaversham to draw more cards anyway. May as well use the Beast as long as we can. Ooh, this being tapped is not great for them if they let my Simba rumble in. They probably have a Snake then, would be my assumption. They don't. Ooh, that's not good for them then. Okay, let's start with this. And draw some cards. I have a Boom and a Fortisphere, so we have, like, literally it all. I'm going to clean up some of the things on the board, I think. So let's hit the Goat. We'll shoot the Snake. We'll play another Simba. Shoot the Snake again. And then I'm going to... I probably just don't need this Workshop, because we have a lot of draw anyway. Which I'm kind of okay with. I think we'll get rid of the Boom. And now I think we can actually quest with the Beast. Then just pass. We have Lucky Dime and we have the Tamatoa. If they board wipe here, I'm just going to play the Dime and pass, I think. Maybe ink something, but likely just play the Dime, draw a card, and pass. Like, this is a big enough board that them, if they have the Be Prepared, they're likely going to do it. And I'm okay with if they do, because we'll be able to play the Dime, and we'll have a Tamatoa that is going to be able to activate with the Dime for quite a bit immediately. Yeah, so here's a Be Prepared, that's totally fine. It's another reason that I quested with the Beast. Kind of no reason not to. So let's play the Dime. We draw a card. Let's ink this, and then just play one jump ahead here. Then pass. The reason that I inked an extra card is, like, these are already gasoline, so I don't need more cards, but I do need more ink to be able to play them all. They just run out of Sisu. And a castle, sure. And they put Sisu into the castle. So that means that 8, 9, 10 wouldn't be able to also play Hades. So I think I'm just going to play Hades. And the Tinkerbell and pass. I would rather not them draw a bunch of extra cards with this. If we can avoid it, which we can in this spot. Kill the Hades, that's fine. They snake the Medusa back, sure. And they put the Medusa in there. So we're going to get to draw an extra card. If we Tinkerbell this, play the Hades, eat this again. Let's do this first. Well, that changes things a little bit. just do that, and then I can just quest, I think. So Tamatoa is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it'll put us to 14. So they have a Medusa. They can go to 12. They just bash twice, sure. That is fine. That is acceptable. Yeah, I guess we're gonna crab. Get the Popsicle here. Play the Popsicle. Draw a card. Draw a card. Play the Fortisphere. Draw a card. Draw a card. We'll ink Baboom. Let's dime this and pass. 15 is a pretty good number here, I would imagine, with the aerial in hand. Assuming that they can even deal with the Tamatoa, which is pretty unlikely. Okay, so that's game 1. So this will be game 2. And that was notably on the play. The Avalanche didn't seem terrible. Rise would have been fine there as well. The extra 2 damage didn't make a huge difference. But it potentially could have if we still had some of our other characters in play. So we definitely send this for sure. I think we send most of this away. I'll probably keep the Baboom. And maybe the Tinkerbell. I'm keeping the Tinkerbell. It can be ink too. But it is okay in this matchup. Actually, no, I don't want to keep it. I'm just going to send everything. Because really we need to find ramp. I probably should have sent the Baboom too. Yikes, this hand is not good. This hand is not good at all. We're going to have to hope that the Baboom is able to kill a Flynn Rider. And then the double grab your sword on turn 5 and 6 is enough to save us. I mean, leading into Avalanche, grab your sword is not, like, horrendous. We currently don't have to deal with Flynn, which is nice. Aurora. Okay, we'll send Simba here. I don't think I Baboom the Shinobug's followers. I do think I have to try and hold it. Because if they play a Flynn and we don't have an answer, it's really bad. And also, there's a world where we need this as ink. They are going to be at quite a bit before we're able to be stable. I guess we send the Aurora, play the Workshop and pass. Pretty slow draw, but this might be doable. Honestly, our best case scenario is that they play Castle this turn. Because I really do think that we're probably going to be running out the Avalanche anyway. And it's like one of the few things that can give us the ability to claw back into this, because it just makes them down 2 cards. That is actually super good for us. Drawing 2 cards here instead of questing. That 2 lore is a lot worse for us than him having 2 cards. Than them having 2 cards. So they do Flynn, yikes. So this is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So they're going to go to 17, 19, I guess we're just dead because I don't have any ramp. Like, because I don't think babooming this is better. Is it? This saves 4, so that's 3. Yeah, I heard that. For sure. Sounds right. I guess maybe it is right to just baboom 1. I can't let them gain 4 lore here. And the Avalanche only kills the Olaf faster, and that's not really enough. Like, we may end up needing to use this Avalanche to kill a location, potentially. We'll see what they've got for 5. Yeah, it is just a castle. Like, I have to grab your sword maybe into Avalanche. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, my hand was so bad that, like, I can't even use the Tinkerbell. It's fucking terrible. So this is, like, I have to swords here. I don't really have a choice. Am I just dead? 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, everything that I've done so far has been forced. Like, I haven't had the... Oh, they're at 15. Oh, no, yeah. This is fine. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm dead. Like, I honestly think this draw would have been fine with any ramp. But literally not casting a spell until turn 3, and it was Maurice's workshop. Just, it fucking isn't it, so... Like, I just have a bad hand and I lose. I guess this is it then. I don't know how to... Well, not much I can do about that game, honestly. Because, like... we didn't really participate in the game, so... We can look at our opener, but I don't really think that was any better. Like... What a bad hand. I don't really know... Okay, so here's our opener. Right? On the draw. I decide to send the Tinkerbell as well, which I actually think is fine. I actually think keeping the Baboom is also fine, because if they play Flynn Rider on 2, like, we have to kill it. It's like, I don't think sending the Baboom makes any sense. Yeah, there's nothing I can do there, right? Yeah, both teams played hard. Nothing I can do. There's nothing to say about that game. It's just a really bad mulligan. Which, like, maybe is the reason that we need more less expensive cards, but, I mean, without ramp, we're just not beating that draw anyway, right? There's just nothing that we're beating in that spot, unless we're getting a little ahead because we're on the draw. If we were on the play, I think we could have done okay there, because we would have been able to be at 5 when they played the double Flynn, and then just swords it, and we're fine. And then we actually had cards that we could play, but, like, nah, that hand was just bad. So, the inkable count is still rough for this deck. It's a little high for what I would like, I think. And I'm not sure what the answer is for that here. We have not so far played a 1 jump ahead on turn 2. I have not seen one in my hand before turn, like, 5 or 6 yet, so we're still not 100% sure how we feel about the 1 jump aheads. A couple of reasons for that many Hades. I want to see the card a lot. 1, for testing, and 2, because I think it's very strong right now. Like, I'm trying to max out on the effect of, like, just getting rid of a thing with Let It Go and Hades. Some of it is just to test it, is really what it is. It could be right that it's just 3 Hades. It could be right that it's just a couple of Hades, and we have, a more consistent list that just has some Hades in it, and it's a normal Whole New World list. I don't really know. It is worse in a Whole New World deck, I think, the Hades, because you're ramping your opponent to just have more cards to then play. But I do think as a card, it's pretty good. So, I don't know. I don't know about the Magic Broom. I think it's probably fine. We may need just more cheaper cards. Like, it's possible that we can't have that many Hades along with the Simbas and the Tamatoas. Like, it might just be too much top end. Like, if I want to run the full Tamatoas and stuff, some Simbas, which I do like. I think Simba's very good. Maybe the 4 Hades is too many there, and that would give us more Inkables back for us to work with. Scuttle is unplayable garbage in this deck. I would not recommend playing it at all. It does nothing. It is worse than just skipping your turn 2. A 1/3, even if it finds an item, is just not a real card. It could be that I want to put Smees back in. If I were putting 2-drops in, it would either be Magic Rooms or Smees, probably, since we already have the Babooms. But if we free up more Inkable slots, maybe we can afford Fire the Cannons. Or maybe we just go back to sort of something similar to what we had otherwise. Like, so here's the thing about a card like Scuttle, okay? This is not a combo deck at all. This is not a combo deck. We don't have 30 items. Some of them are necessary for us to combo off and win the game, okay? If we were playing a card like... This is not the spot to look at this. This is fine. Okay, so if we're playing a card like this, okay? If we're playing a Bell's House deck... Hello? Open, please? There. In a Bell's House deck that is trying to leverage, like, having a body in your Bell's House to really combo off playing a ton of items and pop off that way, yes, I think Scuttle would be a playable card. But in a deck like Blue Steel, regardless of the variant, we don't have that many items, and we don't have that many that care when we put them into play. Even when you have the Workshop version. It is just Fishbone Quill that we want on 3, and the rest of them are not as important. That being said, I still don't want to play a 1/3 that if it misses an item, or if it finds a Lucky Dime, it basically did nothing. Because having a Lucky Dime in your hand on turn 3 or whatever is not that good. Right? So then you're playing a 1/3 body that quests for 1. For 2 ink. For 2 ink, you could play Baboom, you could play Smee, you could play 1 Jump Ahead. You could just play 2 Popsicles for 2 ink. I just added 2 Bell's House to this deck. No, thank you. Like, I really don't feel like Scuttle does anything in a deck, especially if you're not running the workshops and you only have 14 items. Your odds of hitting with Scuttle are not even that high, and Lucky Dime isn't really that much of a hit. I would rather see people play Develop Your Brain, and I also don't think Develop Your Brain is good in this deck either. If there is ever a full-on item combo deck, right, one that's leveraging like the Aerial, the one that untaps herself, this, right? If there's ever a full-on item combo deck, like there's enough ways of protecting this card that you can get it down, untap, and then just pop off with this, then I think Scuttle will probably be in that deck. But in this deck, which is more of just a mid-range deck that has some item stuff with Flav and Tamatoa, but most of the rest of your deck is not an item deck, I don't think Scuttle is really enough of a card on its own to be worth playing. Because the 1/3 just doesn't do enough on its own for 2. I would rather have a 3/3 that quests for 2, because then it can actually challenge something. I would rather have, the Broom, because it has the ability to actually rumble in and kill a Diablo and live, right? I would rather just play one jump ahead or a Baboom and just kill their thing instead of playing a 1/3. And if the idea is that you want something that's really good in the late game, but you can also play it early, then just play Develop Your Brain. If that's what you're looking for, if you want to dig a little bit, because it can't miss. It is impossible to miss with Develop Your Brain. And it is cheaper. So all of those things combined together end up making it into a more valuable card, in my opinion, than Scuttle. Is it impossible that there's a Scuttle deck right now? No. But I just don't think it's enough of a card. I mean, I have Plays on 2. I have quite a few of Plays on 2, actually. I just did not draw them that game. Like, we can sort by cost, and we can see that I have Babooms, I have the Broom, and I have the one jump ahead. We just have not seen a one jump ahead at all. I sent 6 cards back to the mulligan, and I kept a 2-drop in my hand, which we were able to use, or we could have if they had something to actually kill with it. And then we just, like, died. You know? So it was the issue of not finding a one-jump or a Fishbone Quill to actually play the game, and also that we were on the draw. If we have a one-jump that game into playing Grab Your Sword on turn 4 instead, then both of those Flynns would have been dead before they even started playing the castles, and then the Avalanche gets to kill a castle and also still kill something, right? Or we could have then potentially played like a Tinkerbell to be able to threaten those. I mean, obviously this list currently has an issue with a lot of locations, because currently we just have the one Avalanche, and if we don't have some of our mid to late game cards in play, like if they just rush out double castle or whatever, we don't have great answers for it, from what I'm seeing. Which means that we likely need another Rise, probably, or we need to go back to something like the Smees. But once we go back to the Smees, then we're probably going to want the Cogsworths back, and then we're essentially back off this deck entirely. Which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this deck not being ideal. I wanted to try sort of a different version of the deck. I mean, we had another flavor which was running workshops, which I didn't like as much. We have this one, which is probably the closest to something that I like, you know, with the Fire the Cannons and the Babooms. The Smees are a lot less valuable in this, I think, but they're still good, so I think 3 was a good number here. The Let It Goes felt pretty good for this list, and it's possible that we just need to shift some of the numbers around so that we can afford more crabs. Yeah, it is too slow currently. There are not enough, like, the payoff of Tamatoa isn't good enough to just, like, pop off and draw a bunch of cards with your items. Like, you need something that wins immediately and is more resilient, and the full-on item storm kind of thing just isn't there. Even the 4-drop Aerial, the one that actually is an item combo card, just isn't good enough yet, because, like, how do you protect it? The only thing that can protect it costs 5. You can protect it in green with locations that cost 1,000, right? You can put it in the location that gives it ward or whatever, but that just costs a lot. There just aren't enough cheap things to be able to protect your card to be able to play a card like that. So it just isn't there yet, and it will be eventually. There absolutely will be a combo deck that uses all the items. I don't have any decent red-purple decks for this format, no. I would say start with 4 Flynn Riders and probably 4 of the 3-drop Sisu, the one that is a 1/4. And I would probably start with 4 castles, and then I would just put other cards in there, probably purple ones. Maybe a maybe a big Sisu or 2, maybe some B preps. Some ladies in chairs. Maybe a mix of ladies in chairs. And then the that's your deck, you know? Yeah, probably some Mauis. No. I think that Tamatoa is one of the best cards in the deck. I think the whole point of this deck right now is that you play 4 Tamatoas now. After playing with this deck some recently, I would rather just not quest as much and play it closer to the way that Blue-Red is playing it, just with a lot more items in play. Because you can play way more items to the board because you have more popsicles than the red deck, right? Because the red deck, the only way that they can draw cards is with their items, and they just don't run as many items overall. I don't know. I literally have played like 2 games with this deck, and I've only never cast 1 jump ahead in any of the games. So if we get to try and cast 1 jump ahead into an Aurora, we'll try it. We'll see if it's good. But so far, we have not been able to even cast 1 jump ahead yet, and I don't really think that she's that good if you're not playing her on turn 3. Or if it's not like later and you have a bunch of items to try and dig for whatever you need. We have not been in a position where she's been good yet, but we haven't really been in a position where Grammatala would have been that good either, so... you have to obviously have 1 jump ahead with the way that this list is constructed. How do you feel against green steel with Bucky discard? Are those not the same decks? Is there a separate green steel list that is not Bucky discard? I just assumed that they were all Bucky discard. In theory, this list should do fine into green steel, because we have a lot of the cards that are good against them. We have ways of dealing with Diablo. We have... we have cards that are just bigger than theirs. And we have a way of closing out the game that's faster than what they can do a lot of times with Tamatoa. It might be possible that Ariel is just like a one-of. Like 4 crabs and 1 Ariel, maybe. And it could even be in this list, like this style list, like you just cut some Ariels. Yeah, it might be fine to be 1, right? Because we have so much draw. Like, I think I would want to go up on crabs, though, if I do that for sure. 1 workshop. I don't know. If I'm playing the Whole New Worlds, I don't know if I care that much about the workshop. But if you're only playing, like, 3 Whole New Worlds, I suppose. Like, for me, it's either Whole New World or workshop. You don't necessarily need both. But it is an interesting card, for sure. Like, it is generally very good against the blue decks. Because, like, it allows you to just have a lot of draw if you want. You're not playing Whole New World at all? Yeah. I mean, if you're not playing Whole New World, you kind of have to play Workshop. I mean, that's what we're playing today. We have no Whole New World here, but we have a couple of Workshops. I am just not entirely sure that that it's correct to be playing Workshops instead of just Whole New World, because it's just not as explosive. I just don't know yet. That's why we're jamming it today, just to test. Like, I would like to see how good the 1 jump aheads are in a list like this. Maybe they're just better than Mickey. Maybe we don't care as much about the 5-drop slot. You know, we play some 5-drops, but right now there's just not that many 5s in this list. And there may not be enough 5s to feel comfortable with how this list is constructed, too. Because there's only 5 in here, plus the spells. And it's not that I don't mind... Like, I do mind if they get ink, but a lot of the decks can't really leverage it super well anymore. Because they're already turbo ramping themselves anyway. Or they're green steel and it just kind of doesn't matter. I don't know. It's probably closer to the other list, the one with the Whole New Worlds. But I wanted to give this a try today. The Avalanche hasn't felt miserable. But I don't think you can play it in a list without 1 jump ahead, because it does feel pretty bad on turn 4 if you're just, like, casting it like normal. And you certainly wouldn't want to cast this on turn 5 unless it's Unless their board is just like 3 Buckies in a cove or whatever, and you're just raw casting it is fine. Just better things that you can be doing with your time, I think. Waiting for our round here. Looks like all the games are done, so should be going up pretty quick here. But yeah, I don't know about this list. I mean, we haven't played against enough steel for me to know if like not having Cogsworth is a problem. Maybe it's not. Like maybe there's just other stuff that you can put in there without if you cut the Cogsworth, like the beasts or other cards. Like the beast did feel pretty good in that game against red purple, and generally red is where you would think it's at its worst, but they just like didn't have anything, and it also kept our Flavershams safe. So maybe beast is just like not that bad. All right, next round's up here. So we battle. As soon as they check in here. I am waiting. I guess I will join, and we'll see if maybe they just haven't said anything. I guess I should report the actual result here. I should have like what 3 points or whatever, assuming that they're following the same thing. We'll just assume that it's normal 2-game format score, and we'll record that. And if it's different, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. All right, so looks like we got first again. Oh, 1 jump ahead. Neat. We can hold on to a Flaversham, maybe. Just send the rest. We're only sending back 3 uninkable, or 2 uninkables. Sorry, 2 inkables, so it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, this is a good hand. Or pretty good, at least. We'll send the crab and pass. We'll want to hold up a boom just in case we need to use it, but depending upon what they ink here... Maui into Popsicle. Okay, so we don't need the Baboom then. And this hand is actually pretty good overall, I would think. So get rid of the Baboom, 1 jump ahead, and we'll pass. I don't think I'm going to run out the Flower Sham without an item. So we probably just ink the Let It Go and pass. Looking to maybe play this on a Quill or whatever. I will need to keep inking, so I probably will send a Flav, but... yeah, maybe I should have kept the Let It Go, because we had a redundant Flaversham, because I would have let this go for sure. That's unfortunate. Guess we're jamming this and passing. Yeah, not having the Let It Go here is awkward, because I probably would remove the Flav. But we have the Hades in a couple turns. Hopefully they don't draw too many cards with it before then. Fishbone Quill. So we have this, we can take that out. Yeah, they have the little Tala. So they DYB here. I don't know if they're going to draw with the Flav. I guess they're looking for a Popsicle or something. They found an Ice Block, which I assume that they're going to eat. Okay, that's annoying, but fine. I consider just attacking the Flaversham. Fishbone Quill. Let me get rid of this. Like, I'd really very much like to kill this. Can I get to 8? No. This is a tough turn. Like, I really need to get rid of this Fishbone Quill. Do I attack this Flaversham? Does that make sense? I don't think so. I don't know if I want to get rid of this Tamatoa either. I just don't know when I'm going to be casting it, is the problem. Could get rid of the Ice Block instead, because it prevents them from playing Sisu. Especially with 2 of their Ice Blocks gone. I think the play is just to kill the Flav here. Or attempt to kill the Flav. So I think we're going to do that. And I'm going to play this beast and kill the Fishbone Quill. And then I'm going to ink the Fishbone Quill of ours. And pass. This way we threaten the Flaversham a little bit. That doesn't really matter. So they're going to get their draw now, which makes sense. It's fine. They've only drawn 8 more cards than us. Don't need those cards anyway, right? I think we hit here. I think we do that, and then we do this. So we can draw some cards. Let's ink the Tinkerbell, play the Popsicle, and then pass. This way, at least, we can play the Tamatoa and draw a card with it. Or we can draw with the Flav. So we've got ahead of them in ramp now, or at least kept up with what they were doing. Which is generally good for us. Especially if they don't have a way to kill this Flav, that would be ideal. If they do have an answer for it, Brawl or something, it will be unfortunate, but we'll deal. Luckily, they don't just get to play Big Sisu this turn. Follow more, appreciate the follow. Ideally, they don't kill it. Nice. That's so good for us. We can kill this now if we want. Or we can Tamatoa. I think what we're going to do is we're going to quest here first. Okay. We can play this to protect our Hades. I think I'm going to get rid of the Flaversham. Instead of playing the Popsicle here. I think I'm going to do this and pass. Now it feels a little weird. But the reason that I'm doing it this way is this deck does not have that much card draw inherently. Like, just these colors are limited to basically just Flavershams. And normally this color doesn't have great ways of getting rid of Flaversham, right? It's unfortunate that we lose our Flav here, but it's okay. We'll survive. So they play another one. So we have an Aurora, which is kind of interesting, actually. The play is probably just Crab. Crab into Popsicle, maybe Popsicle Fortisphere. We can lead on this first, then. Simba. That is more interesting, I guess. We can trade the Magic Broom for Maui, this for the Grammatala. Is it better to just quest, I wonder? Nah, we kind of have to take out the Maui. We maybe don't need to take out the Grammatala, but it means that they can't sing, which I kind of like. So let's do this. We'll do 2 damage to Maui. We'll kill this. And then they would have to have specifically Maui plus thing. I'll just let them have it for this turn. I don't want them to be able to kill our Simba for free with a Tremaine. And if they have Maui Tremaine, they can just ink and then kill Hades, and that's kind of awkward. And we just don't have to make ourselves vulnerable to that. And we can keep the Simba for another turn. So if they quest with the Flav, we then have the option of using the Simba to draw some cards to find an answer to this Tamatoa, potentially. Because we still have more Hades, and we have Let It Goes to just blast their Crab. And it'll let us kill their Flaversham. All of those things are nice. Unfortunately, we have to attack here, but we'll see what we draw. Lose a Brawl. And then they won't jump ahead. I assume that they're not going to quest here. They might. I doubt it, though. Maybe they will because they think we have to kill the Flav. That's pretty good. So then we do that on the Tamatoa. And I still think that we kill the Flaversham, but we don't need to draw this time then. Because I like both of these cards. So let's deal damage to this. And I actually think I'm going to do this too. So that they don't just have a Maui to kill the Simba straight up. They have to go through the Hades. Or the Crab anyway, we can draw out a bit. So if most of their Flavershams are gone, they have one left. Be prepared is fine, sure. Into Lucky Time. Alright, we play Crab. Crab grab Popsicle. Play our Popsicle. Draw a card. Play another Popsicle. Draw another card. Pass. Wish we had a little bit more ink. But I can kind of live with what I've got right now. Luckily, they don't have a ton of draw left, which is nice. Unfortunately, a Maleficent Dragon is pretty good for them here. Because they can dime it. That is interesting. Okay. So we play this, and we play Let It Go on the Maleficent and pass. And then we just have to hope that they don't have a B-Prep or a Tremaine, which they don't necessarily play a ton of. And then we can just gain 5 with this, and then quest with it, or just keep gaining 5. We'll see what we draw. We need them not to rip their final Flaversham, or a Crab, ideally. I just want them to have a very mid-hand. Another Crab, huh? That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. It is going to be a tough race to be able to beat them here. So I think we don't really have that as a choice. We just have to try and draw into something better. Well, that doesn't do it. I guess we lose, right? Because they quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, go to 15, get it back, dime us. Okay, I guess they got me game 1. It's unfortunate. Now we're on the draw. Maybe I should have just played the aerial earlier. Not worried as much about what they were doing and just played the aerial to make them have to answer it. That's probably true, actually. Like, I think I played too much worrying about what they were doing. Like, a little bit too much. Not like an insurmountable amount, but I think I have to send everything because we need ramp. So, a bit unfortunate. Could have a very unplayable hand here. It's kind of messed up because we have more ramp than normal in this list too. And we're just not seeing it at all. Like there's 8 instead of 7. And we're just like not drawing it. I definitely think that loss was my fault. I should have gotten rid of the second Flaversham and kept the Let It Go to be able to get rid of the Flav. But maybe that's just like not a good enough line. Maybe it just doesn't even matter. But they did end up drawing like 8 cards off of it or something, so that does make it a little tricky because they just are able to dig a lot more than we were. Well, no ramp again. Imagine Scuttle into Quill. Yeah, Scuttle's really it. Imagine playing Scuttle and then just discarding an extra card. That'd be great. Like, where would you put them? Like, what slot are you cutting to play Scuttle? Our opponent's just on 6, so I guess we ripped 1 jump ahead right on time. We'll get rid of this, and then we'll say go. And then we'll get rid of their Flaversham here when they play it, and then hopefully we can not just lose. They didn't even play a Flaversham. How interesting. I mean, I don't think that the play is Beast here. I think it is just Flav and draw some cards. We'll just play towards this, I suppose, because they have so much ink already anyway. We'll let them Medusa this turn, because that means that they're not drawing cards. Okay, I don't really care about Turbo one-jump aheading if they're not drawing extra cards or whatever with it, because it really doesn't matter that much. They play Sisu, sure. This doesn't really matter that much. You can kill it with this and this next turn, potentially. It's like a little annoying, but not that bad. Debating if I just play Beast to bait out a removal for it, or if I just play Flav. I think I'm just going to play Flav and draw more cards. Because like ripping another one-jump ad or something would actually be pretty good. I would play Sisu there instead of Medusa. It puts on a much faster clock, and there's a lot less targets that the Sisu hits, realistically. Like, the Sisu isn't as good against Beast or something, and this gives them an actual clock. So they just play out a Lucky Dime, sure. Like, in this board, they would absolutely play Sisu, given that outcome. For that reason, specifically, I think. I am probably going to grab your sword, Baboom, over some of my other options, though. Alternatively, if I let this go now, then I still have the Hades, and I would be able to develop my Fishbone Quill, which might be better. Because this is this, and then we get rid of the grab your sword entirely. And then we just do this and then pass. And then we can get rid of whatever they draw, basically. Dragon to blow up our Flav. Okay. Alright, so we Fishbone Quill here. I really would like to blow up this dime. We just don't have anything that does that currently. I think we just jam the crab. Play the popsicle. Ink another beast, probably. I just don't ever see myself playing beast this game. Play another popsicle and pass. I mean, we can race what they're doing right now with the Tamatoa. Currently, at least, we can race them. With the crab plus the dime, it's just more than what they are gaining per turn. Especially with the double Fortisphere in there. They go to 10. I mean, there's a world where we just attack it too, but I don't think that that's real. Not because we have another crab in hand. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to just play Hades this turn. Like, draw a bunch of cards with the popsicles, and then we can set this up for later. Just don't need to set it up right now. Like, we quest. We gain our 5, grab a Fortisphere. We play it. Draw another card. Play a Hades, get rid of the Maleficent, and then we ink this. And I honestly don't even think that I need this Flaversham anymore either. I just need ink at this point, because the crab plus the dime in hand already can finish the game pretty quickly. Maybe that's too greedy. I did, but I was worried about them having the ability to do that. And I would rather not them have the ability to do that against me. Because I didn't already have a diamond play. If they just, like, play Tamatoa of their own, they just destroy me, which is brutal. In this spot, I don't even need the dime in hand. I can grab it back off the Tamatoa that we play. But I can't really discard it. I can ink it, but I can't discard it. This is ink. We do Hades here, Hades Ariel. Can I ink 2 this turn? No. I can't. I still think this is fine, though. Oh, I just can't do math. I'm stupid. This is fine. I was thinking I needed to play dime this turn. I would have rather done that, but... I don't think quilling a crab makes any sense at all here. Like, we're just going to race them if we don't do that, and then win before they do. In theory, anyway. Like, I may have to kill this crab or we're just going to lose, like... But maybe getting rid of that was bad, because now we're just behind. Like, now I can't beat their Tamatoa. If they have another Tamatoa, we lose to that, but... Because this is 8, 15, 16, 17, which we can't get to this turn. Or it's 16, which we also can't get to. But I think I can just do Hades, get rid of the Tamatoa. We can quest, go to 13. Now I can ink a crab, because we don't need the second one. And then that'll let me play the dime. And then if they have a crab, they kill us. Yeah, their hand is just all crabs, so we lose. I don't think I played that one right. I think we could have actually won that game. But I would have to look at it again. This. But I have to look at it again. It had to be playing the dime 2 turns ago, yeah. Like, where was that game? Where was that turn? Yeah, maybe instead of dealing with the Maleficent. But if they go to... Okay, so on this turn, I don't even necessarily know if that's the case. But, so here's the turn that we're talking about, right? So we didn't deal with Maleficent, and if we just try to go for the win here, like, so they're at 10 this turn, right? If their hand is a crab, right, they play the crab and they just kill us, right? Because I don't know if our clock is fast enough. Maybe it is. If we just ignore it entirely and then we assume that this other crab is good enough. But, like, the crab is only questing for... Maybe after I drew the double item, maybe this is the spot that I messed up. Because after I drew the 2 Fortispheres, then this was 6, 7, and then I just go to 14, and I have the crab in play. Yeah, that was maybe right then. Before I drew the 2 Fortispheres, maybe it wasn't, but after I did, I think it might be... it might have been fine here. No, I think you can... Because, okay, let's imagine that they have crab. So they go to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's not enough. No, they just don't have enough, because they don't have enough items. So even... I just didn't do the math. It doesn't matter if he has B prep in hand. No, like, none of that matters. So in this spot, if you... After I drew the other Fortisphere so that we're getting to a 2-turn lethal instead of 3-turn, then in theory we could have just... back up a little bit so I'm not touching the Hades. So in this spot we could have... Because it was here, right? Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right in that spot. It doesn't matter what's in their hand. Well, I don't care if they have a B prepared. That's not the thing. It's... My thought is, are they able to win on their turn? Do I need to answer this, otherwise they win? Right? That was what I was concerned about. And I don't know if I needed to be. Or at least, with the amount of ink that they had access to and the number of cards that they had access to, there wasn't a line that they would have had that was able to win on their turn. Because even if they have their optimal line, which is like crab and another popsicle, I don't think that they have enough resources to be able to get me there. Because let's imagine that they have a popsicle in their bin, which they probably do. So that's 1, 2 from, let's say, an ice block or whatever that they draw. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then they ink the 2 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's still only 18 or 19. If they rip an extra item, it's only still 19, which is not enough. So then, had I looked at that and done the math, then the right play is just to play dime here, play dime in this spot, gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go to 7, and then we double ink, play the Fortisphere that we rip out of the graveyard, go up to 14, and then we just have lethal in hand with the other crab. Right? Because even if they have Judy, it slows us down by 1 turn, but that means that they also didn't gain more than a couple lore. They didn't go to 19, they went to 13 or 15. Which is not great for us, like if they have Judy, but none of the lists are really running item removal anymore, because there's too many crabs, the item removal just doesn't do as much. Like, we had item removal for the dime almost every time that they had a crab, and it wasn't it. So we just needed to be more aggressive with the crab in this spot, and I should have done the math on this. Like, this deck plays a lot differently, and I do feel like there are maybe too many high-end cards. The Hades don't feel bad, and the Let It Goes don't feel bad, but it's just a lot of expensive stuff, and you get to this point in the game and you really can't do more than 2 spells in a turn, which is really awkward. So I may not like this flavor of the deck just because of that. I do think that we had the ability to win this game, however, with better play. Yeah, I just need to look at, like, what their best case scenario was. In my mind... Yeah, and I might like the other version more, too. I wanted to play this today just to see. But in my mind, I just didn't do the math to figure out, like, what their best possible play was. Because they don't really play Bell. And even if they do play Bell, that's still only 5. So they needed a crab. They needed to gain 7, basically, before we, like, just kill them. And I just don't believe that... there is a way for them to actually win in these lists from where we were at. So the play should have just been to all in on the crab when it was all-inable. And instead of doing that, I played more defensively, like I was trying to play a control deck. And we're just a worse control deck than they are, right? Because they get to play B-Prep, and then they just had the Flab. And maybe I'm just supposed to ignore the Flaversham here. Unironically, this turn we also may be fucked up. Like, if I ignore the Flaversham here and I just go... And I just go crab... Is that good enough? Like... I don't... Wait, could I have... Yeah, it's 15 to do this. I'm still short on ink there. But yeah, maybe the play here is just like we ignore it. Could I have played crab plus aerial here? I bet I could have. Ugh, it would have been... No, it would have been fine, right? Because I play the crab first, and then I just ink the Fortisphere. We can't really play dime aerial, because it's not enough. Because you can't activate it this turn. It's 15 to activate. You can only get to 14. But I think what we could have done is played Tamatoa, grabbed an item, and just inked it. Because there's another Fortisphere in there. We grab an item, ink it, we send the Quill, and then we just play aerial Tamatoa. And then they're just dead if they don't B-prep again. And again, they're still really far away from being able to win. We could just develop the aerial and the dime, but that doesn't necessarily win it for us either without activating it this turn. If we could activate it this turn, though, it would be different. But since we can't activate it, it's really awkward. Like... If I could activate aerial this turn, then this hand would be great, right? But I think from this spot, the way that we give ourselves the best chance of winning is we play crab and we play the aerial. I think it's from this spot, I think that's the best that we can do. I don't know about correct. I think it's just with what we have, I think that's the best way to keep all of our resources and still do that, right? Like, obviously, we don't know that they're just going to play a crab and, like, double dime us and we die. Yeah, probably. I just didn't realize how much reach we had. And I didn't know where they were at as much, and I should have just looked at that better. Because if this is what? RP, this was red-blue. I think if I had done a little bit more math on, like, where... I was playing too scared, basically. Because I was afraid of them stopping us, but, like, they were not able to stop us there, I don't think. If we just, like, fully leaned into it, like, that was the turn where we could dime, because they couldn't win on that turn if I did all the math. They just didn't have enough... Even with the best possible run-out that they could have gotten with how much ink that they had... They were a little short on being able to finish it that turn. And since they couldn't finish it that turn, if we just go up to enough that the crab kills them in one hit, then it doesn't matter. Because we go to 14, and then we already have enough items in play now, not even including the dime, to just blast them from here. So, yeah, that was just a mistake on my part. Now is a good time to make those before doing it in paper, though, for sure. So, before, like, a bigger tournament. Not that this tournament is particularly super small, but before Chicago, of course. Yeah, we tried. We messed up. That happens. Battle next round here. Yeah, you asked what the other deck was. This is the one that we were playing the other day. I don't know if this exact list is where we would want to be, but this is more of a whole new world, sort of a more traditional list. I think 2 aerials would be fine, and maybe the full set of Tamatoas would be better, but this is more of like the whole new world, getting out 5 drops, and with the Cogsworth package. I don't necessarily think that the Cogsworth is great into red right now, and I don't think that... if you have less Smees, which I have also not been as impressed with lately, then the Cogsworth is worse. So, like, cutting both of these, like, the deck just changes a lot. So, and we may need to go back to the drawing board after this. We're waiting for our next round here. I mean, I decided to queue with, like, a really untested list, right? Like, I hadn't even played any games of this until we decided to run the game, or run the gauntlet. I would rather test it in this format than just, like, jamming random games anyway. I think it's okay. I think that there's a lot of things about it that I don't necessarily like into this format. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't hate a lot of the cards, but I don't necessarily love all of them either. But I can understand where a lot of his choices are coming from. You know, I've been watching him sort of tuning the deck. I don't like Zeus as much as he does in this format currently. I think Baboom is necessary in this format because it deals with Flynn earlier than any of your other options, which I think is also necessary in this format, right? Yeah, I think that that's really the key differentiator for me is he has tested Baboom and not been impressed with it, which is understandable. You know, there are a lot of spots where, especially if you're playing one jump ahead, the Baboom looks less strong, right? The Avalanche has been okay, but we haven't really been in a position where it's been at its best, better than just Rise. But there are some spots where I think it can be all right. But we're testing it today. I don't think it's terrible, but we may need to adjust our inkables a little bit to re-figure out where we're at after this. This. Maybe. I don't know. People always go where the games are that are fun to play and are also competitive if they're competitive gamers, right? So if the game itself is fun and is competitive, they're going to play it. The reason that the promos are valuable is because, like, it is a more collectible game. I'm going to keep the Broom. We don't know what they're on. I don't need the Tamatoa, though. We'll send these 4. Well, immediately got another Tamatoa. We don't know what they're on. Looks like another, maybe Brooms. Baboom is good here. We'll send this Tamatoa, draw a card. We'll debate if we want to kill the Broom with Baboom or just play the Magic Boom ourselves. Yeah, like, in general, Disney collectors are, you know, they're a lot older a lot of times because they've been around doing collecting for a lot longer, and they, you know, really like the collectibles. Well, they didn't Quest, which is an interesting choice. It's good for us. Given that they just ran out the Flynn Rider here, we're just going to blast it, and we're going to pass. Since we're on the draw, it could be a world where we play Workshop into the Fishbone Quill. We'll have to see what they run out if we really want to go towards this Grab Your Swords or this Beast. But there's a world where we want to lean in towards the draw more than the dealing damage. And it depends on how much we want to keep these Grab Your Swords, too. I kind of like it, actually. Let's do this and pass. Like, it's not at its absolute best here, but we also don't have an answer to a location right now, and the Beast on its own really isn't an answer either. Like, Castle is going to be annoying either way. It's just a Rabbit. Rabbit's fine. Rabbit is manageable. I think we're in the market to get rid of the Beast here. We're just going to play Fishbone Quill. Draw a card. We're going to ink the Grab Your Sword now that we have a Hades, and we're just going to pass. I may regret inking the Grab Your Sword, we'll see. Obviously our hand is not particularly fast, but it's got something going for it. We'll at least be able to draw some cards. So I think let's start with drawing cards. Fortisphere, Workshop. We'll ink Baboom here. Play this, draw a card. Tamatoa. Tamatoa is pretty good. How much do I care about this aerial versus just getting... I guess none of my items are dead. Just a little awkward. Certainly makes this other Fishbone Quill a little less strong. But I would like to ink again. I just don't know if inking the aerial makes sense. I'm going to do it anyway, but... I probably should have actually sacked the Fortisphere this turn. Chosen character of mine. I could do this anyway. I could have done that for free. Or for one. And this was the turn that I should have done it if my plan is to play Tamatoa. It's okay. Queen's Castle. Okay. Not great for us. Mostly because our hand is kind of bad. I assume that they're going to ink here. Then put this in the castle, so we may need to just deal with that right away. Yeah, not sacrificing the Fortisphere is a bit of an error. They don't put anything in there. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just blast this then. Dunk the Flynn Rider, and then maybe do this now, and then say go. A Flaversham would be nice, or another Popsicle, which we can get off the Tamatoa. We'll see if they have a Tremaine. They have Bee King Undisputed, sure. Avalanche should be good, yeah. How is play advantage better in best of 3 than best of 2? I'm not sure I understand. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Okay. I guess... Are we in the spot where we have to crab now? Crab, ink this. Ink something else to draw to? I would very much like to draw 2 with this crab. I just don't know if it's possible, so maybe it's better to do this turn. So that they don't get to draw extra cards. And then we'll just ink this. And then pass. And then next turn we'll do it. Not having more answers to these castles in this deck is like a big problem. Especially because it's so slow comparatively. Like we're just getting buried by these castles. It's like a big struggle. Another Hades. It's just really awkward because even if we hit this and then also hit it with the Hades, it still just like doesn't solve the problem. Because if they kill our Hades, it's really bad. But I don't really see another line that makes sense to me. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to probably add more rises to our other lists again. This just doesn't seem like destroying items makes as much sense as just having the ability to destroy locations. We've also ran into red-purple twice, obviously, which they're playing castle, which is a little rough. We'll see if they don't have Maui. They could still have Maui here. They can't have B-Prep this turn. Well, they ripped that off the top, so we need a Baboom now. I guess Avalanche does it too. It's a little too late, probably, though. Do we attack the Maui here? I don't think so. Sure. Like, what am I supposed to do? Just get boomed, I suppose. Yeah, why would they need to move the Maui to the castle? Like, I guess I'm supposed to just hit here and ignore the castle, but I don't... Can I ignore the castle? Like, if I hit the castle, they go to 14, 15, 16. They still kill the Hades. And then I have to crab it. Like, am I even winning then? Can I get this up enough that I just win in a single turn? I have no idea. Like, I have to do this. They still go to 16. I don't know. There's nothing I can do against just infinite castles. This deck is not constructed right to be able to beat infinite castles, I don't think, so just is what it is. They have to rip castle on that turn exactly, and they did, so I lose. Like, if they play nothing and I can Tamato erase, then we can get them, but if they play guys, I'm just dead. Like, I just can't race them with the crab then. Like, a 2-turn clock just isn't fast enough. I mean, maybe it is. I'm gonna have to sacrifice one of these. We don't have a popsicle, so it's like really awkward. It's only 19. Flaversham. Okay, so how much is this? This is 11. Right? 12, 13, so I'd have to ink them both. Or I could ink the popsicle. But, like, there's other cards I can hit that would be better for us here. Simba, maybe to kill one of these. Is that better? Still dead to a goat and a bounce either way. If the play is not to run out the dime this turn, then I should just draw with a popsicle and then not draw with this. No, I can draw with this. This doesn't matter. And this doesn't matter. Yeah, that's basically what I came to the conclusion of. So I play this, and then I shoot one of their guys, I guess. And then pass. Maybe the right play is just we dime and let them go to 19 and just hope that they don't rip a goat. Because now if they B-prep us, we're just dead. Yeah, maybe the Simba just doesn't make any sense. I'm supposed to just ink my whole hand, dime, activate it on the crab, and then hope that that's good enough. Because B-prep, we just die to B-prep, right? Unless we rip exactly crab. And then even then, we're dead. This line plays around one goat. Okay. At least we get to be on the play, I suppose. Like, it just doesn't matter. Yeah, they drew everything that game. They didn't have anything in their hand all game. The Maui was off the top. The castles were off the top. Like, everything was literally the draw because their hand was empty. So, yeah, you might be right. So that they don't get the extra card. for some reason I was thinking that it would matter that they had the 2 toughness, but the reality is that it wasn't. The only way that it's different is if they have friends on the other side in hand, because then they can sing it instead of not. Like, that's generally why I err on the side of the other one. We just don't have ramp again. This is such a shit test. Because, like, every card that I have been seeing or playing has just been bad because I don't have any ramp, so they all look bad. I guess I keep a boom over the broom. Like, I don't understand how we have so little ramp. Like, we have added more to the deck. Like, I don't think you can add more than 8 to the deck. You just, like, can't. It's all uninkable. It's, like, doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm supposed to keep the broom just so that we have something to challenge their stuff, since our hand is so frickin' slow. I don't know, this is like a mid-range deck that just doesn't have the ability to get to mid-range. It's kind of awkward. Makes this better, certainly. I don't know why they're drawing cards so soon with that instead of just questing with it, but whatever. We have drawn into nothing. Well, we'll use this Aurora, I guess, to do something. Try to find us an answer to whatever they're doing. Their hand must be really bad. Which I guess is good for us. Wait, they had a Flynn Rider. I'm so confused. They, like, had a Flynn Rider this whole time, and they just chose to not have it exist, so... We found one jump ahead. A bit late, perhaps. We could baboom this one jump ahead. We could also just Aurora and then, like, tap all of these to find something. And then we could, in theory, sing this next turn. Like, because we're going to 5. We're just going to play this Beast or this Let It Go, probably. So maybe this baboom just doesn't matter. We can just get this on the field. See what this ability does. This thing. Do we need more Tinkerbells? No. I don't think so. Do we need more Hades? Not right this second. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. That could be an alternative plan. It's kind of cute with one jump ahead. You can look and then eat it if it's bad instead of putting it on the bottom. Kind of interesting, I suppose. So we have a swords that we'll get to work with. That might be good. Yeah, it's cute. I don't know, like... Is that good? If it's like a really bad card, you just dump it and then do it again? I don't know. Probably better than inking a random card, I suppose. It's 2 Flynn Riders. And they just jam a castle immediately, huh? Another Let It Go. I don't need that. I'm thinking of playing this Beast. I'm debating if I even want to one jump ahead this turn or just bash this for 3. I'm thinking about just bashing and playing Beast. Quill. I just don't think that we need that. I don't know what I'm looking for. Maybe Fortisphere is fine. It's like, don't think I even need that either, because we're looking to, like, play this, so... Let's just send that too. We'll bash here. I guess I'm inking Let It Go, which feels pretty bad. But we're just going to play Beast and pass. Like, they're going up to 5, which... Like, they could have Maui this turn to just bash this Aurora, which is really annoying. But then the Grab Your Sword is better, and we can hit the castle. Just have Rabbit. So we can, like, Tink Swords this, too, potentially. I mean, it's just going to be better to kill the castle, I think. Drew another Swords. This we want gone forever. We're just not playing that at all. This thing, we don't need that. That is fine. That will be very good next turn. I think the play is just we bash this with both. And then I ink the Popsicle. Just play Tinkerbell. And pass. It's really not that bad as a card. Like, I've played against it, and it was, like, okay, right? Because it especially if you have a lot of these shitty items, it does let you look at a lot of cards. Like, it's not an amazing card, but it does let you look at a lot of stuff. So if you need particular cards, or if there's certain ones that are better than others, like, it's not hard to find them then. They're just going to replay their Rabbit. Going to Fox something. What are we doing here? They're just going to play a Goat. Okay, that's doable. That's manageable. Awkward that we have to ink this if we want to play a 7. Yeah, that's really awkward, actually. We can hit this, sing, grab your sword, shoot the goat. We could just ink Simba, play Hades. Eat this thing, do this, shoot this. Then B-Prep is really awkward for us. Like, that's kind of the problem with playing more characters here. Maybe we don't care that much about B-Prep, and we just, like, quest for 6 and play Lucky Dime. That's interesting. I could also just double swords this, but then if our opponent actually has B-Prep, it's really annoying. Like, really annoying. But, like, maybe that's the play, since I know what I have on top. Okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to just play Lucky Dime. And then I'm going to go this... this, and then I'm just going to quest here. And pass. Yeah, because I know that I have Flaversham, so like I know that I can just rebuild with Flav, and then I have the dime already. It's like if they have B-Prep, they almost have, they're like forced to cast it here, right? Be King Undisputed. Okay. I mean, I wanted the Flaversham, so I kept it there, but yeah. It doesn't really matter because we have the Beast, but, like, maybe I keep the Aurora over the Tinkerbell? That doesn't feel right. But, like, our Beast just gets to draw 2, we get to go up to, like, 6. Like, this feels pretty winnable to me. We play a Flaversham first, I think. We can get rid of Popsicle. We might even use one to give protection here. We'll see. I'm debating on whether I want to activate the dime for 2 or just, like, double 1-jump this turn. Like, I don't know if I really need the 2 lore specifically, but the double ink might be more useful. Realistically. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Not that the 2 is bad, but I just don't think it's as needed. Yeah, we got rid of a beast. Like, we can try to race, but I think just having more ink so that we can play, say, a crab and then dime is going to be more useful. They must have ripped B-Prep. They're targeting our guys? What have they got? Another B-King Undisputed or something? Oh, Maui. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just Tinkerbell here and shoot the other one. See what they play. I considered giving Tinkerbell thing, but because we have the Flav, I didn't really care as much about the beast. Like, we can just draw cards with this instead. We'll just rip some more cards, and then we'll just bash here. Shoot this thing, and then, like, I don't know, do we want to rip more cards? We just want to gain some lore, I think. Let's do this. Go to 12, and then get rid of Let It Go. Like, there's some things going on in this deck that I like, and there's other things that I think it's a little not so good. So, like, we didn't have ramp this game, and we're still doing fine. We didn't cast these until, like, we had 8 mana or something. Or 8 ink. The Aurora actually wasn't terrible. It did a lot of things. Oh, the game's just over. I see. Yeah. Like, it still felt pretty good. Honestly, the Beast wasn't bad. It's been really overperforming. It's been overperforming, I think, when you play it alongside your other things that they can hit with their shit, with their removal. Because, like, it just overtaxes. Like, do they hit Flav? Do they hit Beast? Honestly, even the Aurora was okay there. So we won one with RP again, which is about where this deck is at right now. As far as... I think without more, like, Rise, or those kind of effects, it's hard to beat Castles on the draw. Even with the Avalanche, it's still hard. Like, Rise of the Titans isn't the perfect solution either, but we've just been getting steamrolled by Castles and stuff. When they're on the play. There's just not a lot that we can do about that with the way that this particular list is constructed, for sure. Like, okay, so if I would change this list, because there's currently no Rises in here either, which is a bit awkward. Man, there's no room for cards. The list is just so frickin' tight. I just don't even know. Is it ever right just to run 3 Cogsworths? Ugh, 72. Just don't want to get 60 plus cards, because that's so much more obnoxious in paper. Maybe 3 Cogsworths, because it's, like, good in some matchups, but it's pretty bad in some others. It would let me run more 5s. Well, I want to run some Sad Beasts, and I need some Rise of the Titans. I'm gonna cut Ariel probably down to 1 or 2. Should make a little bit of extra room. We're going to up the Tamatoa count for sure. Like I want some Rise and I want some Sad Beasts is basically what I'm looking for. Maybe it's 4 Sad Beasts and just no Chenpos. I am not cutting any Popsicles. I know that it is fine, I'm just not doing that. Like, I'm not cutting Popsicles, I'm not cutting Fishbone Quill. In the same way that I'm not cutting Tinkerbells, or the second Dime, or the 4th Flaversham. I think if you're going to run a Whole New World, you should probably be running 4, but maybe. It's just like when you want to Whole New World, you just like want to be Whole New Worlding a lot, and Whole New Worlding into Whole New World is less likely if you have less Whole New Worlds. But Chenpo is a flex slot. I think Ariel can come down some amount. I think that we can maybe shave 1 Cogsworth, and I think I would be okay with that. Right, but the Tamatoas, when you have 4 of them, are better with more Popsicles in the deck. Like, that's the thing, is I want this critical mass of them because I want to be able to... Like, I literally could have won a game against Red-Blue in this event, and I just missed that I could have killed them with just crab, dime, because I just wasn't counting myself as having that much threat, but it's way more. It is because it's inkable, yes. And if we shave on some aerials, we may have less uninkable problems, but we'll think about that. We'll play out the rest of this event first. We'll see where we end up, and then we'll debate. I haven't missed the Cogsworth that much, so maybe shaving down on some amount of Cogs would be fine. I didn't hate the Aurora, but if you're not playing 1 jump ahead, I don't know if the Aurora is really where I would want to be. But it wasn't bad, actually. I definitely think that there's worlds where the Aurora can be making it into some of these lists, for sure. Like, it doesn't feel that bad as a card. We literally had a really slow draw with no ramp, and we just played Aurora on 4. The problem is that so many of our cards are redundant in these decks. This list notwithstanding, but in general, a lot of our cards are pretty redundant. So maybe just, I don't know, maybe it's just not as valuable, but the idea, I guess, because you can dig like 2 or 3, you can find your redundant ones a little bit more easily, right? Because you don't need to dig down as far. It's interesting. Like, I almost want some Hades in the list. They have felt pretty good. Maybe the answer is just some Hades and some Let It Go, but not the full set of both. Like, because where this list is at with the 3 is probably fine. It might be too much, yeah. It might be that we can squeeze some into this list, and then a couple Hades is fine, where you don't need the full amount, but a few is okay. Okay. So we go here. All right, we play around 4. All right, we go second. Send these back. Why do I like Sad Beast? Well, against a lot of the decks that we've played it against today, it has drawn 6 cards, or I guess 3 extra cards, and it is just left in play. And we've played against red every game, so I like it because it appears to be in an okay spot right now. This hand is pretty good with the 1 jump ahead. It is a little awkward if we get rid of this Tinkerbell. Just against red-purple again. Like, we've just been against red-purple all day, And when you're only fighting against red-purple, the Sad Beast is fine because they're not turboing into Medusas. They're not even running that many. I'm debating if I can get rid of this Tinkerbell at all. Maybe. Maybe we can get rid of it. I may need to use this if they play Flynn next turn. It's a good draw, actually. If they play Flynn this turn, I may Baboom it instead of one-jumping. Sometimes. Sometimes you want to quest with them, but sometimes you're in a spot where you just like want to draw cards and play other big bodies. Play your Tinkerbells and your Simbas to fight what they're doing instead. Yeah, I could believe that. I could absolutely believe that with the way that this feels. They did nothing, so we will one-jump ahead here. Which means that we don't need the Baboom as much. So we'll get rid of that one. And then we can set up for just Flaversham. I'd like to keep as many of these as I can, ideally. They kept the dude on the board, yeah. Maybe they'll keep it until they play a castle, and then we can just boom it. I am considering just playing Flaversham next turn. That is the most likely. I think if we draw ramp, I will play that instead, so that I can play this. But if we don't draw ramp, I'm down to just play Flaversham here. Hey, ESM Lotus, appreciate the raid. Hope you're doing well. I think we're going to send the Fortisphere, keep the Popsicles, because we end up trading a lot in this match. Okay. So Castle is at its worst here because we actually have an answer for it now. Especially if they leave this in play. If anything, they're probably going to quest with it and then just remove it. Would be my assumption. Oh, they didn't. So that's really good for us. Yeah, I'll be in Chicago. That'd be cool. I guess we remove the Let It Go then. To keep the crab, so we have more stuff to do later. I can actually draw a card first, because if I'm doing Avalanche, then we can draw some cards. I'm doing alright, Boomy. Yeah, let's do this. Just draw some cards. With that many crabs, we can probably ship one of them. It's fine. Are we ever even playing this? When am I playing this? I don't think I'm playing that at all. Maybe we send that instead. So we dump the castle, and then we say go. So we have 1,000 cards in hand. We have the dime. We have the Tamatoas. They're going to crab our Flaversham, and then we're going to be able to tank the board, which will be nice. Given the way that this game has gone, we may get rid of the Let It Go here. Yeah, the Avalanche looked awesome there, right? Yeah, let's get rid of the Let It Go, because I want to keep the items for the Tamatoas. Yeah, like, there's a world where just, like, the Avalanche is what you want to be doing. Like, maybe one jump ahead deck with Avalanches in it, and then you just have that as an out to this stuff. I mean, obviously Rise is very good there, too, but the Avalanche is just, like, even better. Because it still bullies their shit, which is nice. Okay, how are we going to deal with this castle? Presumably, we could play the aerial and then just pass. Or we could play the aerial and just attack the castle. Maybe that's better. Yeah, play the aerial, attack the castle, and then we can use the aerial to kill the castle the next turn. I think that's fine. So that means that we can play a Fortisphere here. We can ink the Magic Broom. We'll keep the Baboom in case we need to use it to try and kill that, but if we play the aerial, we attack here. The one draw doesn't matter that much. I would rather get the damage on the castle, because then the aerial can kill it on its own. Is more my concern, because they can't B-prep this turn, so there's only so much that they can do to stop my ability to kill the castle if we use our aerial to do it. And that's sort of my thought, at least. Yeah, if they're planning on just suiting up their guys into the castle, then I don't care. Right, then I can just use the aerial to hit it or whatever. I can use the aerial to hit it, or I can just quest here and I can just jam this. Like gain 5, go to 6. Hit here. Baboom this. I kind of want to get the dime down, like, sooner than later. If I do this, I shoot here. Like, I'm not playing a crab, so that means that I should play this to start. Okay, so then if I'm not playing the dime, I'll just play this. And then that gives me more options. Okay, so we can ink this. I think I just Baboom the crab. So if I Baboom the crab, that lets me hit here. And then I can gain 5 with this, and I think that's better. And then I don't care if they kill the aerial here, because that's going to be like their whole turn. And if they B-prep the board, that also doesn't really matter, because we have the crabs. I may even take a turn off and just straight play the dime and pass. Like, not even kidding. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. Especially if we draw the Fishbone Quill that we don't really need. What do they even have in their deck that I would want to let it go here? Not much, right? So let's just do this. We'll ink 1. So we're just not playing the Quill, because next turn we're going to play the Tamatoa, play the Popsicle, and then dime it. And then if they don't have an answer for the crab, we'll just, like, do that again. I could also play the Simba, but I think I'd rather start getting the Tamatoa, at least the first one, down. Castle is fine. So I think we take the same line that I thought about. Yeah, you're right. I can't also play the Popsicle, but I can ink here and just do it. Which will put me at 9. Like, I can't really deal with the third castle very well, so I don't know. Don't know what I'm supposed to do against the third castle. Perish, I suppose. I guess I don't perish. They just lose to the second dime. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just win. So I have 9, so I just play the second dime. So this is 4, 8, 12. Now I get to be on the play. That's nice. Yeah, I guess, like, the reality is that most of this other nonsense that is in the deck just doesn't matter, and I should just be doing this. Like, putting items in play and killing them. Because that just seems to be better. Like, we don't need Workshop in this matchup. Tinkerbell's okay. Maybe one Tinkerbell's fine. Maybe with how slow our hand is. It's a little awkward. Maybe I mulliganed too much. Scuttle. Yeah, sort of. Or I could just have an item in that slot instead. And then I don't need the Scuttle. Okay, there's a beast. Yikes. Are we just getting rid of our Tinkerbell here then? I guess. I mean, not that the Workshop was good here, but I should have kept another Inkable. The problem is that we're just not enough of a combo deck for that to work. We play these items while we're doing other things. And a 1-3 just does nothing. Like, at what point in the game is a 1-3 good here? Like, that's what I don't understand. It just doesn't do anything. Just, like, barely has text. Oh, goodness. Okay. Alright, so this beast is going to have to be awesome. My problem is that even if it hits, like, a 1-3 just isn't relevant. Our opponent played a 1-3 for 1 on their turn. They just played a 1-3. And it was much better for them. I guess we're not inking this turn. Well, we got lots of lucky dimes. How lucky for us. If we rip Inkable, we can just play Aerial, play Dime, and then just start activating Dime on Aerial and not questing. That is not an impossible line. Oh my god. Okay. At least Aerial keeps the Flynn Rider down. We do have to draw an Inkable, though. Classic. Fucking classic, dude. If we actually get to play Aerial this turn, I don't think we're in that bad of a spot. But without the Aerial, we're just like, they have 9 instead of 6. Which is really fucking bad for us. I mean, I have to Hades here. And I guess it's probably on the Flynn Rider because it's the most problematic card. Like, I don't really see another alternative. Two be King Undisputeds. Okay. I over-mulliganed and lost. Unfortunate. I'm playing this deck like I have the 14 Uninkables in here, and I have 18. And it's just, like, costing me games. And I just, like, don't have 14 Uninkables. Brawl resolves. Crab also resolves. I don't know if I can. Oh, I needed to ink this turn. I fucked it. I needed to ink this last turn so that I could play Dime and activate it. That's really dumb. Why did I not ink it? Because I'm stupid, like I just said. So now I have to come up with a different plan because I can't actually win with that, so... Does that do anything? Nah, I think it might have been fast enough if we had a little bit more ink. Like, if I could have inked this turn and then played dime and activated it, I go to 5, they gain 3, go to 16. I can go to 10, then go to 19. Like, they'd have to play something. I don't know if this is good enough. I don't know what I'm supposed to find here. Like, what's even in the deck that can dig me out of this? Basically nothing. This doesn't do anything. How do I... Yeah, there. Like, unironically, that may not be that bad if they just play a castle. Like, we trade with their board as much as we can and then just see if that's good enough. I don't think I can quest here. I think I have to kill a crab. I don't want to kill a crab, but I don't really think I have a choice. Then this is banking on them playing a location. Yeah, I think I fucked up. I definitely mulliganed too much. We'll go back and talk about that after this game. But not inking the thing this turn is probably going to cost us here for sure. They wanted to play the Be King Undisputed last turn, which they've had infinite of this game. They're playing 3. Okay. I really don't think hitting those two does anything for us here. In this spot, unfortunately. Like, this was a mistake. I don't know, I should have dug more to find something else. Not really sure what else it is that I'm finding, but... Is this Tinkerbell good enough? If I ink... I can't even ink anything else. Just don't have anything to ink. Like, I'm gonna Tinkerbell Baboom and see if that's good enough. This crab's just gonna destroy me here. That's fine. Play next one. Play a snake. Snake to bounce the crab. That's not it. That doesn't seem that strong to me. I have to ink the popsicle if I want to play the Tinkerbell. Which is awkward because that's my draw, but that's what I got, so... We were just like Big Dead to a goat anyway, so there's not much I can do about that. I just like have another Be King Undisputed or Tremaine or something. Their whole hand was basically removal. They be prepared, so they just have crab. We also happen to have a crab. Our crab is a little better though, right? Maybe. We'll see. It's not guaranteed. I can't use the second dime at all. The crab is close to lethal on its own, yeah. We draw a Flaversham, which means that I shouldn't draw with the Workshop. Because I think I want to play the Flaversham to sacrifice an item, because I don't have any in here. So we'll do this, and then draw 2. I guess we'll ink the beast. And then we'll quest here. I am debating if I want to play this broom or not. Does it matter? They have a crab here, which doesn't really matter that much. I guess it is play the popsicle and then just draw. Because it can set us up to be able to have another crab next turn. Potentially. So let's just do this. Go to 15 and pass. This also makes another aerial lethal. I was dead to goat either way if I play the Flaversham. I was fine with that, realistically. Like, I didn't have that as an option. I'm not singing Let It Go with Crab, because then we don't have, like, a follow-up is the problem. Like, either you play around Goat or you play around Be Prepared. There's only so many things that you can play around. But we're just like... Maybe it's right to play around exactly Goat and not worry about the Be Prepared. But then, in that case, we just shouldn't have bothered with the Flaversham, and then you just cast the Let It Go. And then you just don't worry about it. And then you keep the Flav in your hand. You just let it go, and then dime. And that maybe is the true answer. So that's 4 wins, so that's 7 points. Puts us at, like, what, 12, 13, 13? I think because we're not guaranteed to have the ability to close the game, you mean if, sure, like, the problem is I'm assuming that we don't have the Tamatoa, not the dime. The second Tamatoa is the issue, not the second dime. And if they remove our Tamatoa and all we did is made it so that the board is, like, empty again, then they can still just rip the goat the turn after. Right? Because we don't have enough ink to, like, play another crab and then dime and then pass again. Like, it just is a lot more turns of just passing. Like, because they ripped Tremaine there, right? So, if I don't have the... I guess if I don't have the guy in play, like, we're just dead to the Tremaine, then. So... because we didn't have another character. If I had another Tamatoa or an Aerial or something in hand, sure. Yeah, I had the Flav there because I played it. But if I, like, maybe singing the Let It Go there is fine, because then if they be prep, like, we still have the Flav in hand or whatever. Or after we played the Flav, like, we ended up having a second Flav, so maybe the sing is right. But we also had already quested with our guy to get the extra item in our hand, to draw the extra cards, to get the extra Flaversham. So, like, at that time in the game, we didn't have another character at all. And maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe we have enough card draw that we can find it. Because we know, like, their hand is face up, it's just a crab. Like, and because it's the crab, like, that makes our choices a little bit better overall, so maybe the Let It Go does make more sense there. I can see that argument for sure. Because we know that they have crabs, so they can't have the bounce, so then 18 is safer for us overall. And then there's a finite amount of removal spells that they can have that are able to take out a Flav plus the crab that don't just time walk them. Because they, like, if they rip B-Prep, they can't also crab that turn. Or they can't also play, or yeah, they can't play their crab or whatever that turn. So yeah, you definitely could be right in that, because we knew what was in their hand, that they had not a bounce spell and not a goat already, that we're supposed to play around the goat by inking it there. Yeah, I think it's possible that we're just supposed to... hey man, how are you? This list is a little rough. on the uninkable count. But I like some of the cards. Like the Aurora actually hasn't been totally abysmal today. And the like all the Tamatoas have been really good. We would be 103 if I had played with the cards that I had. Like I had lethal with my crab if I had done it right. But I was playing around a card when I shouldn't have been. Like I just wasn't. I didn't do the math right. We could have just smashed with the crab and then dimed it right away, and then we would have had diamond play, and then the other crab in our hand would have just killed them. But I wasn't working under that idea, and then I just like I wasn't seeing that line. The Magic Broom has been whatever. The Avalanche has been okay. The Sad Beasts have actually been okay. Honestly, the worst card so far has been the Hard-Headed Beast because we just haven't run into anybody playing items outside of Red Blue, but we didn't ramp against Red Blue, and we just had some really bad draws in the first game. And then I had like an okay option in the second game to try and split it, and I missed it. It was literally just like quest with crab, play dime, or dime, quest your crab again, and then we just have straight lethal because we just had so many items in play. But I missed it. But I won't miss it next time for sure. So it's good that I saw it now. I actually think that I can adjust this list with the Whole New World list with some of the things that we're playing now. And I'll like this list a lot better. But I want to fit in like 4 cards or 5 cards into this, maybe more. So it'll be tricky to fit them all in while not going too much higher on uninkables. But I think it's doable. I definitely think it's doable. This deck is 18. This is the one that we're running today, which I feel like is too many. But I think maybe like 2 Hades could be sufficient, and then that lets you cut down 2 of your uninkables. And then I think maybe 1 aerial is fine. Like I want it in the deck, but I don't know if we need that many. Realistically, I don't think that Aurora is it unless you're running 1 jump ahead. And I feel like the Mickey is just better if you focus more on 5s. Like this list is strong. I just think it needs a little bit of tweaking, and I think this is probably pretty close to where we're going to end up at. Like, I'm going to cut on 1 Cogs and 1 Smee, so we'll be at 3 and 3, I think, is pretty fine. Like, I still like the Babooms. The 1 Fire the Cannon is probably acceptable. We may end up adding some Zeus. The 3 Let It Go is probably sufficient there, though. Yeah, I think this is a good split. I just, in this deck, I didn't have any room for more uninkables. That's why we're running the Broom instead, but it would be in the same slot, I think. Like, the Avalanche is my uninkable in that slot. But it's just like 4 Hades is way too much with the 4 1-jumps. But I really wanted to test 1 jump ahead, and if you run 3, like, you're just not seeing it as often. I think he's good. I think he's really good. I don't know if you necessarily need 4, though. Like, I think a split of 2 Hades and 2 Simbas is probably fine with the 4 crabs. Like, that's enough top end. I think probably 2 hard-headed and then some number of beasts. Does steel, like, the red deck sucks. Like, you don't have early removal, and your late game is mid compared to the steel cards. Like, you also have an entire extra popsicle, so your deck is way more consistent. Yeah, I tried Smash, but it's a little slow for, like, the spots where you really want it. It was okay. Like, red doesn't have Tinkerbell or Grab Your Swords, which are a lot better against Bucky. You also lose out on an entire extra popsicle, and all of your removal spells are just cheaper. like, in general. Like, the extra popsicle matters an insane amount. Fortisphere is crazy good. Like, you could probably play last set deck with just adding 4 of these, and the deck would be fine. Okay, so our next round is up here. This. Yeah, like, it's totally fine to just do that. So we get to go first. So we actually have ramp. That's nice. We'll send this, and they'll let it go. I think that's fine. We'll keep the beast, just in case we want something to play. In case they're blue-red or whatever. This is a good hand, I would say. We may or may not even need to Fishbone Quill on 3. Depends on what they ink. I will probably ink the beast right away just to play the popsicle, since the rest of our cards are just better, but it does feel bad if they're playing blue-red, of course. But if it was a sad beast or something, I would have inked it as well. Kida. And Cindy. Sure. Given that, I guess we'll send the Tamatoa, just so that we can one-jump ahead. And then we could play towards Tinkerbell, where we more aggressively ink, and then we play this next turn. Depends on how much we think they're going to discard us. I guess we're not going to get to one-jump, so then that makes me want to do the Flaversham a lot more. There's not really anything that they can take that I care about here. I would care about this more than this, honestly. In this world, I guess we'll get rid of the Fortisphere because they haven't seen that we have it. And then we'll just draw 2 cards. And then ship it back. It's fine. This is actually a good card to draw to use next turn. If we get an Inkable, we can play this, then play this and draw 2 cards. And then do this to draw 2 more cards. And then that'll set us up very well for the future turns. So I got an Aerial that misses. And then they sudden chill me. We'll get rid of 1 jump ahead. That is acceptable. We're just going to draw 4 cards. Nice. Alright, we found a spot where the Magic Broom is good. That's when it's in the Inkwell. So we'll do this. Draw a card. Draw a card. We'll quest here. Eat the Popsicle. Draw 2 cards. And we have a great hand. We have another workshop, so we can continue to draw cards if we want. Okay, what is our plan for next turn? Unsure. Probably going to cast this Grab Your Sword, which means that we're not Babooming. And I think I can get rid of the Aerial as well. I'd rather keep the Maurice's Workshop to potentially draw more cards. And if my play is just to, like... Oh, they under the seed my guy? Okay. It's gone. We just, like... Really awkward, because I got rid of my Inkable so that I could keep the Workshop. I could just cast this. What if I just cast that and said go? And then they concede. Fair enough, because they know that we have the Tinkerbell. Or they assume that we still have the Tinkerbell. They are on Kita. Okay, so then I will be on the draw. So that's this and this deck. Okay, so things that I don't want in this matchup are, like, one jump ahead is that it's probably worst here. All of these cards are pretty bad, admittedly. But we want ink as well. I am going to keep this, even though it's bad a lot. Because if we do get to cast it, it's very good, is basically my thought. So I think we'll send these. We'll keep the Flav. We'll ship these 5. This is a passable hand, especially if they don't take this. So we'll ink this. We'll play the Fortisphere. Honestly, drawing another one jump ahead would be pretty good, but it's likely that they Ursula us here, and that's okay. Sometimes they play Flynn Rider. Bare Necessities as well, that's fine. We do have a double Baboom, but they're probably going to take this, and that's fine. Yep. Maurice's Workshop, huh? That will be good later. I think I do send the Broom. Yeah, I know. I've drawn it like 100 times, and it's been so fucking mid. Like, if this was a Smee, I think it's just much better here, so... I don't hate the Broom, but it also just, like, hasn't done anything for us, because it's just been really mid. Given that they played a Prince John here, I'm going to play the Workshop, and then just Quest. Because this will at least give us card velocity outside of just the Flavershem. I will likely discard Ariel, given that we haven't had any ramp this game. We did have a ramp. We kept a greedy one, intentionally. Dad Blast is unsurprising here, given that they played out a Prince John. I will ink, let it go. We'll play the Flav. Get rid of the Fortisphere here and draw 2. It's great. So we have the Grab Your Sword, which we'll try to use if we can. Popsicle's also good. Like, my hand is really good. So we'll see if they're looking to make us discard more or not. Obviously, I would like to be able to kill this Prince John sooner than later. But if they steal that and we have to Popsicle and draw like 4 cards, that's also a line that I'm fine with. That's an Ariel. That misses again. Classic. So they do have the Flynn Riders. They sudden chill us. I believe that we just get rid of the Baboom. Okay. So I have a couple of options. I could use the Grab Your Sword this turn, but it just kills the Prince John. Well, I'm just debating because I kind of want the Workshop instead of doing that. Like, I don't want to get rid of this, right? So I want to keep it. So I'm thinking about just not even grabbing at all this turn and just drawing a bunch of cards. Like, I guess we can Quest now, and then we can play the other Workshop, and then we're just going to have, like, 8 cards in hand. Like, what are they going to do? Like, in this spot, we just get rid of the Baboom. Oh, we already inked. What did I ink? Oh, let it go, right. That's fine. So we do this. I think I just play another one and pass. That way we can draw many cards with literally any item. And I'd like to get this into play. Like, I can just kind of ignore what they're doing. Yeah, that was what I figured that they were going to do, which I don't actually care about. But they have to do that because they can't keep Flavershamming because it's really bad for them. But I can just, like, play Fishbone Quill and draw 2 more cards. Yeah, this is kind of why I've been waiting with the Grab Your Swords. This doesn't do anything. Realistically. I can just wait a turn. And I can just, like, draw some cards. I think I get rid of a Fishbone Quill and maybe the other Fishbone Quill. Okay. And then we pass. And then now we just, like, this doesn't do anything on its own. And what it kind of lets me do is next turn I can do this and just, like, kill more shit. It's like they're really not even questing for that much here. Like 5. And we just have, like, 50 cards in hand. Like, what are they going to do about it? Fucking nothing. I can play this for, like, the full amount and then just leave this alive. Who cares? Just, like, do this and then grab your sword. And just pass. Yeah, it's probably Under the Sea, or, like, it could be Bruno. Because we don't talk about Bruno's in hand a lot in these decks. Because, like, we just haven't been playing characters. Yeah. It is Bruno. I'm surprised they didn't bounce Ariel there. Draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. We'll ink this thing and Beast. And then I'm just going to play Ariel and pass. And then they just, like, don't have an answer to Ariel, and then they're just dead. I don't know, I'm sure that there was a big brain in there somewhere. We'll ink this thing. I was gonna kill these, but I don't care. I'm just gonna do this instead. Because even if they have an answer to this, they're just dead on board. Like a Cricky. It's like there's a lot of stuff going on in this deck that I like a lot, and there's a bunch that I don't like. It's kind of unfortunate. I don't know. I ain't even looking. I don't care. I'm just battling. I just wanted to battle people that were trying. Like, Workshop felt great there, right? I drew 1,000 cards, you know? Does that necessarily mean that Workshop is the end-all be-all for the decks? Not necessarily, but it felt really good there. You have, like, what, like 6 wins or something? I didn't even look at the standings. We'll see them when they go to the last round or whatever. Is Workshop the reason that I won? Sorry, man. I don't know. I'm like, I'll just draw 10 cards. Like 10, 12, like 30 cards. It's fine against the discard deck. And then I figured, I know that there's no real answers to Ariel in that 60 cards, because it's the same problem with Sisu, where they just don't have it. I guess Kita would do it. Like Kita, if you do the Kita combo, you can Tucker. But otherwise, you can't get rid of it. So it's like, I'll just draw 4 cards a turn until I figure it out. Like, the clock isn't that fast. And I'll figure it out from there. I mean, overall, the deck wasn't that bad. We chopped a lot with red-purple, but we didn't just get totally blown out in any of our games. Like, we literally would have been 1-1 in all of them if I played a little better. Yeah, it was really slow. Your draw was pretty bad, for sure. I know. I had worked on trying to figure out that list in the start, and I'm just like, it looks real nice, but it's like, it's brutal. Yeah, like I did have the ability to win the game in round 2, and I just didn't see it in the moment, which is fine. It is better to go back and look and have a better idea of what it is after the fact. Because if you can't go back and figure out like where your mistakes were, then like you'll just keep making them. But if we can go back and we can look and be like, okay, so with the way that this new list is constructed with just all these crabs, the real answer is that what we're playing is sort of a mid-range pile until we get to the Tamatoa range, and then we're playing it where we just turbo it out with Tamatoa because he's questing for 6 or 7, and if they don't have an answer for it right away, then we're just in a really good spot. And we can just count up what our worst lines were, which in that particular turn, the worst line that was possible was if they played a crab, but they could still only get to 19 with how much ink that they had, even with the perfect run out. So like, if we set up a guaranteed 2-turn clock that they can't interact with, then we would have been able to win. And we had that line and just didn't take it. But now we know that that's a possibility, and we just need to make sure, like, if given the worst case scenario is possible, if they just have it all, which they usually do, then are they even able to win, or can we just ignore what they're doing and then do a non-intuitive, just like quest, dime it, go up to 14 or whatever, and then just play the crab from our hand if they kill it, and then finish the game. And we could have done that. So now we know for next time. We'll have to keep an eye out for stuff like that, where the crab is just like very easily able to win the game, which makes the aerial a lot less valuable to me then, because we just don't necessarily need it as much. So it's possible that just like one aerial is fine, just as a card that we can find that's another copy of like a Tamatoa, just another big thing that we can dime. But I don't know if we necessarily need more than that. I do like the Hades. I don't know if 4 is necessary. I think maybe 2 is probably sufficient. I did not hate the workshops. It is still probably possible that the whole New World version of the deck is just way more explosive. And that playing something more similar to this, but with some of those adjustments, may be where we end up. But we will do more testing today yet. We'll see when this is done. And then we'll do a bit more testing tomorrow as well before I decide to lock in for Chicago. Because I don't really know. I'm not 100% on where that would end up, right? Because, like, I don't know. I don't know where Green Steel is, man. I don't know. I played a Cogsworthless version, and it didn't matter because I wouldn't have played Cogsworth in any of those matchups anyway. So maybe Cogsworth is just useless because, like, everybody's trying other stuff. Yeah. I do need to make sure that in the future that I don't give away wins against Red-Blue, though. Especially once I'm on the 4 crabs. I just need to play it a lot more aggressively when we get to the point of being able to do crab. Like, just try to close the game in spots where we are able to do that. The Magic Room was whatever. I think again, if we ran into Diablo, it would be fine. If it was a Fire the Cannons or whatever, it's probably fine. Yeah, I bought one from Sam's Club. I got one in my bag. I already threw it in there. It's nice, right? Just like, it's so easy for snacking. And it's going to give you better energy than, just like candy or whatever will. Energy bars, like power bars, are also probably fine too. Yeah, I think Ariel is very good against red-blue, but I think you can play the game in such a way that the Tamatoa plus like the Let It Goes and the Hades, like you're using this to stop their draw and their crabs, and then you're using your own crab once you get to that point. I think there's other ways that you can play it other than just like slamming Ariel, though I do think that the Ariel is good. I think that they're running more and more cards that can deal with the Ariel now than they have before. So I think there's something to be said for like being able to play this. It's a big thing and dime it, and then still having this as an out. But in theory, if we go back to the whole new world version, you're just drawing a lot more cards, and it just shouldn't matter as much. In theory. Yeah, I didn't hate the workshops at a 2. I do think that Workshop is a good card. It is a lot slower and a lot less explosive than Whole New World is. But obviously, Whole New World is a lot worse of a card if you don't have Fishbone Quill, and half of our games we just didn't ramp at all. You know? Like, it just didn't really feel like it was something that was necessary. The Let It Goes were ink a lot, but I don't really feel like that's a problem. Because if they were just, if they were Zeus, like, yeah, there were maybe a couple spots where like I had a Flaver and Aurora where I would have been able to Zeus instead of Let It Go, which like the freeness of it would be nice. But I think the issue is that we just don't have a lot of 5-drops in this deck. So like the Let It Goes to Sing are a lot more awkward. But if we add more 5s, potentially that's not as much of an issue. You have Cogsworth, you have, more Hard-Headeds or Sad Beasts or whatever. Then it feels like you have a little bit more, play there, I guess. How do I check the tournament, I guess? I go look at standings. I don't know how many points people have. I don't really know how it works. Is it still in the old system where a 2-0 is worth... I don't know how the points work in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know how they work. It is very beyond my comprehension. Like, I don't understand how the scoring is in this. Presumably we leap this. This is just games won, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know how it works. Yeah, I know what it should be, but that's not what it's showing in the stupid standings for this event, because it's not on... Like, here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. So, like, this doesn't... I don't understand what this is, because we're still in Limitless, right? So this doesn't make sense to me, then, because... I mean, obviously, this isn't the last round, but, like... Theoretically, I should be at 20 points, but then this would be 20... like 6 points or something. So I don't really, It is unlikely that I am going to be leapfrogging anybody, given that my breakers aren't great. And I believe it's only a cut to top 4. Or is it a cut to top 8? I don't even really know. Yeah, it's just cut to top 4. So, like, it's unlikely that we're continuing, but that's fine. Had we split... against the blue-red player, we probably would have been, but we did not, so we will just have to do better next time. but we will wait until the round is over, I guess. But yeah, had we split the last one, we would be, what, 203, I guess, based on that list? Or something. So this is still the old system then, right? Or are we manually calculating? I don't know how this works. I don't know how the points are handed out here. Yeah, but even under the old system, it's wrong. Or isn't it? Maybe it's not. Or maybe that's how it is on the old one, yeah. Well, then we definitely can't get there because 2 O's are worth infinite points, which was always the issue with the old system. Like, a 2 and O is just worth infinite, so... Like, we would be at 8 points then, I guess. Which, if these guys are battling... I don't know. I suppose it's possible from here. I don't really understand how the points work again still. So this would be 3, 4, 5. So, like, we're going up to 8. So we'd be here. If these guys draw or whatever, like, I assume that they're playing and then they're playing. So, like, if these guys split and then these split, I guess, then we could jump up there. Like, or this person would have to win and then the rest of them would have to split or something. I don't know. I'm too dumb to figure this out. Like, basically, all of these players have to split, and then, like, whichever one of these 8s is fighting a 7 has to win, and then this 7 has to split or whatever. I think that's our only shot. So it's pretty out there, but who knows? I didn't even really look at the results. This is the last round, isn't it? And I can look. So this 8 did win against one of the 7s, so that's true. Gabe won 2-0, it doesn't matter. I think it's top 4 cut is what it said, so we're done. Okay, well that makes sense. We can go do something else then. Because no matter how you slice it, we can only get up to 8 points. And this person is going to be at 10 points, I guess. So we'll be like 5th or 6th. Such is life. I don't even think it would have mattered then if we split with the red or the Ruby Sapphire player then, because we would have been at 6 going up to 9, and that's still not enough. Most likely, because the breakers here are better than mine. My breakers are fucking dog water. Okay, so then let's look at the deck and see what we can do as far as changing it around. Oh my god, give me my decks, please. Thank you. Okay, so let's look at this one. So let's edit this list. I want to get rid of I want all those. I want more of these. I think we can cut the Chenpos and a Cogsworth and a Hard-Headed to go to 2 Hard-Headeds. So that leaves us with 3 slots that we can play with for this list. And how many Inkables is this? Yeah, the Avalanche is pretty okay. This is 16. God. Oh, we wanted to cut down 2 aerials. That's right. That's right. So this would be where we're at. Okay, so that makes more sense. All right. So that feels better to me. Okay. Because then if I want to put in 2 Hades, I can. And that leaves us just at 16 uninkables, which feels better. A little better, at least. If we decide to do that. it means that we can afford to put in some more 5s, like some sad beasts, perhaps. And we can put in some more Rise again. Avalanche wasn't bad. It wasn't great. I think it was okay. There was one spot where it was just better than Rise against Ruby Amethyst, because they left a 2-1 in play for some reason, and then we got to kill it and the 2-1. Does that necessarily make it better than that entirely? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. And this also only has... This has the Smeeze in it already. Okay. So... Alright, so what are we looking at here? We want some Hadesies, I think. We're looking at just items. That makes sense. I do like this guy right now. He feels alright. My problem is I don't have room for all of these cards. Because if I want to put in some Rise or some Avalanche or whatever, something's got to go. And I don't really... have room for more stuff. Because right now I only have a handful of 5s that are characters. It's just the 2 Hard-Headeds and the 3 Cogsworths, and I want more. I want definitely some more. And what I want, I think, is some Sad Beasts in some amount. Maybe 2, maybe 3. Where are you at, Sad Beast? Right here. Like, 1 Rise doesn't feel right. It's probably 2 if we're going to run them. Is it ever right to just cut Ariel entirely? And just use only crabs? The Ariel was okay for us today, but not amazing. Okay, what if we did this? This is 29 characters, which is less than I probably want to be running. It's hard to fit all this shit into the deck. I like the inkable count now, though. Okay, I'm going to save this, and we're going to try and play some games. What did I just add? What did we just add? Beast? Foreboding? Out of here. Wait, I made the cut? Wait, I was changing my shit. Where did I make the cut? No, I didn't. It's only cut to top 4. You made the cut. Right? Like, I'm almost certain that it was cut to top 4. Yeah, 5-round Swiss, cut to top 4. No, it's top 4. This guy trolling me. I knew that I didn't. You made top cut. Getting trolled over here. I did get 7th, of course, which is what we thought might happen. But even if I was in 1 more point, I still am losing. I would be in, like, 5th or whatever. Nah, you're good, man. I already knew what the result was, but there is a... yeah, there is a green-purple top 8, but it is only top 4 for this event, I believe, because there's so few people. But the even if I had because the bonus point is worth so much in this one, it throws it off a lot. If this was 20 points instead of 8, then this would be 24, but this one would only be 14.26. Yeah, so it just doesn't matter. Like, we just didn't win enough games. If we 203, maybe we're a little closer, but so we'd be at 23. But I think we're still short then, because we just don't have enough 2-0s, right? So it doesn't matter. Win more games. That is the secret sauce. Also, this format is not great for only having 5 rounds. Like, it's just really hard to get enough points to mitigate any real losses. But it is what it is. So where was I before that? I was going to modify this deck, this one, and then export to Pixelborn. And then we were going to put it in here, because this is... We don't need this list anymore. This one sucks. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's battle some games with this deck, and we'll see. We'll see how we feel with it. But I do like one jump ahead overall, but I do think that the list is probably better off with Mickey's, which is what we're running. We're going second. I would like to keep Baboom for sure. Maybe 2 Babooms. Nah, we'll just keep 1. Because we do need to try and find ramp. Nice, we found a Fishbone Quill and a Mickey. His hand is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. They are red something, so Cogsworth is not at its best, so we'll send that away. If they're blue-red, we may end up playing the Smee out and inking the Baboom. Get rid of Brawl for a 1-jump ahead. Okay, so they're likely ramp. So we can get rid of the Baboom. The extra Mickey is a little awkward, but we'll send out the Smee and pass. I'm debating just Mickeying instead of Fishbone Quilling, but we'll see how this turn plays out. So they did Fishbone Quill. They've inked their entire hand. We definitely need to kill this sooner than later. I think we'll quest here. I can ink the Tinkerbell. I can play out the Mickey just for a slightly faster clock, or a clock, because we're just going to beast next turn anyway. Alternatively is we play this and just ink it. Maybe that's better. I don't know. The Fishbone Quill just like gives us better lines going forward, because then it's already in play. Every time that I think about playing the Mickey over the Quill, I'm just like, I'm just gonna Quill all these idiots because it just feels better. So I can blow up this Fishbone Quill here soon. I assume that they're gonna run out Medusa or something. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's ink this, play this guy, blow up the Fishbone Quill, and I don't think I ink again this turn. I think I can just pass. So they have no Quill, which is generally good for us. They play out a Grammatala. Depending upon what they do, we could double swords next turn. Just clean up the board. See what our hand looks like. Whole New World. That is a card. Wow. I really don't even want to do it this turn. I'm just going to do this and pass. Yeah, I don't wheel them this turn for sure. I will wheel them, but not when I'm behind on ink for sure. Like, I'm not afraid of Whole New Worlding them. Like, now I might just hold, like, slam it. Because they have a Flaversham anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. Especially if they're DYBing. They inked a crab. That's good for us. That is less good for us. I mean, like, now what do I do, right? Yeah, I know. Wheel sucks. I get it. I didn't want to click this yet, but okay. It's fine. I think we're beasting this again. We can ink 2 more times. We could do this instead of beast. I think the beast is better. So are we just getting rid of Rise of the Titans and let it go then? That feels kind of bad, but maybe we get rid of the Popsicle and the Rise, and we'll keep the Let It Go for now. Yeah, I think keeping the Let It Go makes more sense. Because then if they play a crab, we can at least get rid of it. We can sing and get rid of it or whatever. So I don't love it, but if we can rip another Whole New World, it'll be okay for us. Why would they How Far I'll Go instead of just questing with Flaversham? Okay. That is a legal option, I suppose. They're gonna Medusa. Sure. Is that even really a thing? I guess. McDuck Manor. That's awkward. Especially because I fucking got rid of my Rise last turn. I guess I should get rid of Flaversham then. And play a Tamatoa. Yeah. So let's do this. We'll heal it. Play a Tamatoa. Get the Popsicle. What am I inking if I need to play this Baboom then? Like, I just don't have enough cards to double ink and play Baboom. Unless we ink this Popsicle, but that feels really bad. Guess we'll do that. I don't really care that much about this manor. Like, it's not as bad as Castle. We'll see if they have an answer to Tamatoa. They may or may not. Be prep. Sequencing was not ideal there. like more cards in my hand. I guess the fact that I had to wheel and then Fishbone Quill was probably why I feel like I have so little cards. Let's start with this. Okay, we can ink the Fishbone Quill. Can I not sacrifice my Popsicle? Nice, love that for us. Good game. Whatever. You are supposed to be able to sacrifice it in a vacuum. It's really dumb, because now we just don't get to draw an extra card, which means we have one less ink again. I love Pixelborn, but it has some rough edges that make it difficult sometimes. I think I'm going to play another Quill, actually. Just slam. So that we could potentially do it again. Let's ink this. We can ink up to 4. Let's do this. Draw 2 cards first. Okay, Beast is bad. Tinkerbell is not necessary. Hades is good. Simba maybe isn't necessary. Like, I'm considering just like doing this next turn, maybe drawing some cards. This feels okay. We'll see if they kill this. They only have 14 cards left in their deck as a note. Like, that may be the win condition here. Because we just rip 2 more Whole New Worlds and then the game is over. Because they've drawn so much more than us. Well, draw or how far I'll go to tuck them, like 1 jump aheads. They've 1 jumped 3 times. Another manner is a bit annoying though. Like, double manner is a little fast of a clock. But if we rip the Whole New Worlds, like, it shouldn't matter, because there's not that many cards left in our deck either. Which is more than them. Losing our Flab here is a little annoying, because it shuts off some of our draw, but not all of it. Okay. Draw more card. Let it go on a Cogsworth. Well, that is not fucking Whole New World, so that's nice. This is 6. It doesn't really matter if we play guys, right? We may as well, though. Like, I'm just gonna ink all this and say go. It's kind of no reason not to. Because, like, it's win next turn or we're dead, right? Maybe there's a world where we're supposed to play the Tinkerbell here, because, like, if they don't... Oh, no, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, neat. They get the CC or a whole board. That's cool. Love that for us. Like, it really... None of what they're doing matters. We just have to rip Whole New World and then hit another Whole New World. Which we didn't do. It does not need a target to be banished. If there is a target in play, you have to target something, but it does not need a target to be played. We really need ramp more than I need this Flaversham. We can keep 1 Fortosphere. Rip. Oh, this game is fucking over. God. Okay. Like, I guess if everybody's just going to be on 10 locations, we just need more things that interact with locations. I don't know, it's a bit odd. Am I playing this Smee? I don't think I am. Okay, that's a little better. I mean, our hand is still bad. That helps a little bit, I guess. -1 rise. Yes, the reality is that you can... If they have a character, you can banish it and hit their character. You can hit your character, or you can... or you can hit nothing, and that's an option. Because it is always do the most that you can, and if you can't do more, then that's where it stops. So I should kill this instead of playing the Tinkerbell. I should just ink Tinkerbell. I don't understand. Fucking game, dude. Okay, so we inked it right. Is our audio gone? That's great. Game killing me here. I'm going to try to go to as many as I can, yeah. That's the plan. Nice. They got to ramp even more. We love that. I guess we're just going to wheel. Nothing else I can do. So we'll just ramp again. And send it. Got rid of a Mal, a Medusa, and a Flav. I assume that they didn't have any items, so that's why they were keeping the Flav back, but... With this, we can draw a bunch of cards, ink more, set up for another one in a few turns. Like, since we're on the draw, since we're on the play, my plan is just going to be to try and out-ramp them and then just play more stuff than them. Just win with more items in play. Just another Fishbone Quill. Great. Great. Cool. So we have one beast left, and that's it for destroying the Fishbone Quill. That's excellent. They just brawled our thing. Sure. It's rough when your opponent always has Fishbone Quill and one jump aheads. Like, how do you keep up with that, you know? There are no items dead currently, so we're not going to play the Tamatoa this turn. Let's draw some cards first and then see where that leaves us. Oh my god, this game. Get him. Mickey. Coggers. We'll play Mr. Smee and pass. We got him with the beasts. Maybe I do want 3 of these still. It's just so good in this matchup and in the mirror. Or did I leave 3 in? Maybe I left 3 in. No, I did go down to 2. Okay, they're playing a 4-drop, which is Tala, sure. Don't really care about Tala currently. I think my play is to crab first. Then we'll draw a card. Then we'll ink this thing. Ink this thing and just draw again. I don't hate that, actually. I should have drawn before I played the Tamatoa, is the reality, just that I had better options to ink, then I would have been able to keep the other Fortisphere. That's fine. So we'll send it. If they play a crab, we'll be able to let it go, and then just another B prep, sure. I think my play is just to cast the Lucky Diamond Pass. So it's 8-13. We'd still need 2. Not even sure that I care about their crab. Like, unironically, I don't know if I care about their crab. It can't draw them any cards. So I just don't know if I care. What if we just do this? And then we'll ink this thing. And then say go. Are there more items in here? No, currently not. They sing B prep. Okay. That's fine. They play a Lucky Dime and then just pass? Sure. I guess we'll do this, and we'll dime it, and then play this. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we rip any item, the crab is lethal. Or if we rip something else, we do that first and then crab, or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine. My problem with most of the like random green lists is they're just not very strong if their curve doesn't work out, so if they run into any speed bumps. And the problem is that green steel has way more speed bumps than they do. Like, I just don't think the list has that much legs into green steel, is my issue with it in general. I'm sure it's fine. So they popsicle, they do all this crab stuff, but I'm just gonna get them with this crab. This one that I'm playing now is a little different than the one I was playing earlier, yeah. The one that I was playing earlier was sort of on a trial basis, and I am not that enthused about it. I think it had a little too many uninkables, and not all the cards were awesome. This is an awkward card. But yeah, Lucky Dime is pretty good, and I feel like this deck leverages it just as good or better than what they can with Tamatoa. I think if we just lean into that more, it's going to give us a reasonable late game. Probably pretty close, yeah. Ideally, I'd like to keep this beast if I can. I will pop ice blocks too if I have to. One jump ahead, huh? Never don't have it. Love that for us. Get rid of this and pass. This one appears to be the one that has locations in it, which, like, obviously it can be really annoying. Like, if they just jam location here, it's pretty brutal, but if they're just going to quill and try to ramp more, I don't think that's that big of a deal. We do that, we do this, we get rid of the mouse, I think. We'll get rid of this next turn, we can pop the quill. The only thing that I'm worried about is if they have Flaversham, but if they have mana or something that I don't care as much about. Like, I honestly might even kill the ice block instead of the quill. Do this. Because this makes it so that Medusa can't kill the beast. And, like, they don't have enough cards for the quill to do anything, so I'm just going to kill that. So think about this deck. If they don't have Flaversham actual, their deck is kind of mid. They inked 2 things. Do they have a 3-drop or something? They probably have a 9. Would be my working assumption. Let's play this. Draw 2 cards. Let it go on another Fishbone Quill. So if this is like a dragon or a Tamatoa, we want to keep the Let It Go. So let's get rid of this. I was thinking about playing this other Fishbone Quill, but maybe we just ink it. So that we can keep the Let It Go. And then let's just bash the mana and pass. It was a Medusa. Yeah, exactly what I thought it was, but that's fine. I did this so that I could draw the cards so that my Tamatoa can pick it up. Because this can still just bash in, and then it's at 1, so Baboom later can fix it if I want. Or we can wheel with this after playing the crab, but I don't think that really makes a lot of sense. Might make more sense just to bash the Grammatala. Simba. You can hit locations, right? No. It's just fire the cannons. Unfortunate. Which means Simba's probably not going to make it then. A shame, but that's okay. Lucky Dime's pretty good. Yeah, I maybe do just hit the manor. And then pass. They can't kill this Tamatoa this turn. Which is pretty good for us. We can at least take out this manor, for sure. They may use the Medusa to take out the beast, and if they don't, I'll probably beast and hit the Tala. Well, we'll see. So they did find an ice block, so they'll get to keep their Medusa, which is a bit annoying. But it's fine. These Talas are a bit obnoxious. Are they going to ink here? There's no way, right? Yeah. Okay. I can't really leave this in play, but I really want to draw more cards. Maybe I bash here, get the Mickey Mouse in play. Like, we do this, we do this. And then maybe we ink the Whole New World to play the dime. You can ink the Let It Go to play the dime, actually. Makes our Tamatoa a little better. Incentivizes them to attack in and kill it now. Which is fine for us because we have the whole new world. I mean, I'd be pretty happy with this if I was a blue-steel player. Just trade all these, or a blue-red player. Just trade all these shitters for your thing. So they just jam a dime themselves, ink their thing. Okay, well we can try to erase that before using the whole new world here. Like if we need a whole new world, we will, but I would rather hold it. Though they don't actually have that much ink, which is interesting, because I would still have 7 that I could work with. Which is pretty good. But I can also just do this and pass, and then like wait until they actually draw something that's not shit. Yeah, okay. So they ripped a crab, so it would have been good. Kind of insane. Alright, well, we gotta jam this, I suppose. Can blow up 2 of their items. We can't then also dime, which is unfortunate. I don't have an answer to this Tamatoa, and we're just dead on board to it, which is really awkward. Perhaps I need to draw more cards then. If I use the Flav, I can ink something, right? So if I use the Flav, I can draw the most cards. And if I rip a Let It Go, it's pretty good. If I don't, it's really not great. If I hit the dime, then they have to replay the dime. Yeah, I maybe should have thought about that a little more. I think if I did this and just hit the dime, they would have had to replay the dime, and it would have been better for us. Because like I do Beast plus the Rise of the Titans, and we like kill this plus that. They just like only have 10 ink to work with then. And even if they get the dime back, like that's their whole turn. They go up 4, and that's just not enough. I have 6, 7, 8, so I don't have enough now either. But they still have a Tamatoa in play. Are they going to Sisu me here? I guess they're going to Sisu us. We still get to keep the Smee. Are they going to just attack Smee? Probably not, I suppose. Guess we're just dead. If I go to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... Wait, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait, no, I have enough if I hit Tamatoa. If my Smee lives and I'm able to... Oh, well, my Smee didn't live. So I suppose that doesn't matter then. Oh, they have a popsicle. Of course they do. Just inking crabs and everything. They just sacked their popsicle. Why? I guess to keep this out of range of like getting shot twice. I guess they think that they have enough without it anyway, which I guess they do. That's not bad, actually. I can just dump both of these. Oh, it keeps it off of Zeus, yeah. I just haven't been playing Zeus, so I like don't even think about it. So I play this. I get rid of the crab. I ink Baboom. I let it go this thing. And then we gain 2 here. Puts us at 13. There's still a crab away from winning. I don't really even care if they kill the Hades here. Like, obviously I'd rather it be alive. But that's, like, sort of their turn. And they don't have that many more turns to do nothing, basically. Though, obviously, another crab is just, like, they have it all always. They had 3 crabs in hand. Of course they did. Neat. Just 3 crabs, huh? Where's my crab? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just dead. Awesome. If I blow this up, I mean, there's no reason not to blow it up. It's hardcore right now, yeah. I mean, this is dead to Sisu, just like these would have been. Whatever. Like, I just can't beat that many crabs. I don't know. I didn't do the math to see if this was enough. It may or may not be. It didn't make sense to do the math because we're still too far from it mattering. I think it keeps it off of it because it, like, removes 2 lore here, but if they, like, double popsicle or something, they still get us. We have 1 crab dead, and I think 1 in the inkwell, so we still have 2 outs plus the aerial. Now that we're at 15. So we have 3 outs out of 22 cards. Flaversham also restarts too. They just ink the fucking thing. Okay. Yeah, maybe the play was just double Cogsworth. Oh, no, I couldn't have double Cogsworth. Maybe one of them was supposed to be a Cogs. I guess the other dime wins for us, too. Because this just kills it. Unless they sing something here. Let it go. I don't know what else they could sing. I don't know why we're taking so long on this turn. There, we have a crab. Dead. Okay, so this is what we're on now. Just 2 Hades, the 3 Let It Goes, which seem like an okay set of numbers. The 2 Rise, 2 Beasts here, 2 Beasts here. I wish I had another 5, but I don't really know where there's room for one. So it's just the 7 that we're on right now, which I guess is a fine number. The only thing that I could really cut at this point is either a Hades. I guess I didn't have an aerial. I cut the aerial. So I guess the only thing that I would really have left here to cut would be like the Fire the Cannons or a Baboom or a Smee. And like maybe a Smee wouldn't be that bad. Just go to 2 Smees and 3 Cogs is probably fine. To run another beast, one of these 2, potentially. But let's battle a little bit more before making that choice. We go first, we send. This deck is easier to send the whole thing than the other one. Obviously, this draw is still terrible, but in general, I would say that this deck can send more cards. We have 2 draw steps to rip another Inkable, though, so we have a little bit more flexible. Jesus, this is the mill deck. Maybe they'll draw me out of this pile. Map of Treasure Planet. Oh, can't beat that. We're dead. They're full locations, and our deck is not that good into full locations. I actually don't think very many decks are that good into full locations, honestly. Maybe the purple deck is. But if they're like full-on locations, it's pretty rough. Jafar? What is this? I see. Do I want to play this? Nah, we just play this. There's a world where I want to keep the Mickey just to like have guys, but I feel like we need the Quill just to start cooking. But now we're just going to get Benjed, and it's going to be really sad. That's why I considered hitting the Grab Your Sword. Bayou. What does this one do? Character quests, you get to loot. Okay, sure. I mean, we just grab your sword next turn, right? And kill their whole fucking board. Crab. Well, I like the crab. But the way that it looks right now is we're just not in a position to use it yet. I almost want to get the dime down or put it in the graveyard. But I doubt that we need all of these Grab Your Swords before we're going to wheel. Maybe we will. I don't know. Like, we just need more ink, basically. And then we'll be okay. I will be really sad if they just, like, rip 3 idiots. Okay, well, we're the idiot here. Guess we'll just play Lucky Dime. I don't know. They're going to be able to deal so much damage to our characters. It's not Beast combo. They're purple steel. So it can't be the Beast combo. This is Jafar. It's like Jafar Wheel or something. They just passed. I think I just wheel. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. I'm just gonna wheel. Yeah, this is second star to the right, Whole New World with Jafar. This is pretty rough. Maybe we need this Fire the Cannons. Yeah, it's purple something. I need to ink something, right? Can Whole New World again? Let's play this first, I guess. We'll keep this in case I need it, but we'll get rid of this guy. Like, we're getting close to being able to just, like, Tamatoa dime them to death. I mean, we may not have time, or we might just die to their combo. I don't even know what this does. I want my swords back. They're all gone. I'm just gonna die to their shitters. The lamp? This deck is awesome. Oh, they can just pay 0 for their Map of Treasure Planet and put all these idiots in the bayou. Okay, sure. They don't really have that fast of a clock, though. But, like, they have been cooking. Oh, I mean, yeah. He'll wheel and just dump the Tamatoa for sure. But ideally, we just gain a bunch in a single turn. I'm probably going to draw cards with the Flav first. Maybe kill some of this stuff. Can I afford to do Fishbone Quill as well? Maybe if we get rid of the Let It Go. Like, I want to get rid of this Robin, basically. But I also want to do the Flav. But can I do this too? This is 2, 8, 12. I can get to 11. So that's not going to work. So I guess we just don't need the extra Fishbone Quill then. And that's fine. I should have done this first, I guess, but... yeah, because then I could have gotten rid of this whole new world instead of this fucking second Tinkerbell. Dummy. It's fine. We do this. We'll blast this thing, so it's just gone, and then I'll pass. He might wheel me here, which would be a bit annoying. But yeah, I should have drawn first if I was going to do that. I don't even know what location they would be playing at this point. Like... oh, right. That's boring. Wait, why did it only cost 2? What? I'm so confused. Why did that only cost 2? What? How does it only cost 2? That's gotta be a bug, right? How do you play 4, 5, 6? This is like 8 or something. I'm so confused, dude. Yeah, it reduces it by 1. It's 1. It still costs 3. He went from 6 to 4. It was 6 to 4 with the castle. So I guess I don't Whole New World. Yeah, it's still 8. Like, that's what I mean, is how does he play the fucking castle here? Ever. Like... ugh. Buggy shit. Okay. I guess I gotta kill both of these. And this. That's fine. Do this. Shoot this thing. I don't really need to draw more cards, I don't think, necessarily. We'll kill this. We'll do this. Draw. We'll do this. Draw. Do this. Draw. That would have been better than what I did, but it's fine. Ink this. Ink this. We'll do this. Pass. I guess I could have sacrificed my popsicle here on the Tinkerbell. Okay. Yeah, it reduces by 1. It reduces the next one that you play by 1. So it just, like, doesn't do the thing that it did. He just killed all my stuff. What am I supposed to do? I've perished because he castled me. Oh wait, I don't care. I'm just gonna draw some cards. I appreciate that he flattened me though. That was sweet. Kill your Bayou here. Let's play Mickey, Smee, and Ink Baboom and pass. Dude, he flattened my shit. How do I win? They're having a good time, I'm sure. They have 46 cards left in their deck. Jaffer. Yeah. That is, of all the cards in all of Lorcana, that is certainly one of them. Goodbye. So I'm going to go like this and go grab the Lucky Dime. Then I'm going to play it. And then I'm going to gain 3. And then I'm going to quest with this thing. And then I'm going to draw 2 cards. And then we're going to go like this, and this, and this, and this. And then just win. Neat. I guess I took extra game actions for no reason, but still. It actually seems sweet. They're having a good time. Yeah, I guess I BM'd. I mean, they've been spamming emotes this whole game. I don't actually care, but some people consider that to be BMing. Feels more like bowel movementing to me, but, you know, to each their own. Maybe we ink the Let It Go. Just send the whole new world back. Keep the rest. Because they're gonna whole new world us anyway. Simba. Their deck has a lot of cool shit going on. It just, like, can't beat swords, so not really sure. Yeah, I would also cry. They just chose not to discard. Play the old classic 1-2 with no text. Love that for them. I can't believe that that's a song. That is insanity. That is just beyond my comprehension. I should have drawn before I did that, but I think I ink him anyway. This Huntsman is going to ruin my life before I play this Tinkerbell. The Bayou! Dude, they're going to blow up all my items again. What do I do? How do I beat that? It's too good. They got rid of a whole new world themselves. Maybe they don't have any ink. They do not have any ink, appears to be the... I don't even know what's happening right now. They're looting like 3 cards or something. I don't know. It's wild. Play Fishbone Quill. I guess Mickey, given that I ripped this, because then I don't need to get to 6. Dude, it calls me, puts my dime on the bottom. Oh my god, I'm never seeing that shit ever again. Sheriff of Nottingham. Shit. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I just didn't understand why they were looting so much. Like, what the fuck are they looking for? Cards that are good? I think they missed the boat on that being a possibility when they put all these cards in their deck. Ink this thing. I think I'm gonna Tinkerbell. Like, kills the Huntsman, and then they can deal, like, 2 or something. I guess we're getting rid of this one, then, if we're doing that. Killing the Huntsman, I think, is the most important, because it slows them down a lot. And this can kill the Bayou if they don't kill it. But if they do, I'm just gonna fucking play Simba or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. Zeus. I mean, if they Zeus, they Zeus. Like, if they do not... Like, what I want to be able to do is sing swords and then Simba them. This is just... You look at them, right? Yeah, the sheriff is gonna come get me. Shit. They blasted my Tinkerbell. What do I do now? I'm going to play this 5-7, and they're just going to concede. That's going to be neat. All your guys are dead, go. I mean, they're at 10. Like, it's not just over, but, like, it's kind of over. Oh no, my items! Oh! What do I do with no items? I lose. I can't ever win now. Ugh, brutal. I've perished. No, I hate them for spamming for no reason. That is unnecessary. I love that they're playing an off-meta deck. This is great. They're having a good time. They just don't need to be a big spaz about it. It doesn't actually bother me. It's just like, why? What are we doing? You know, here's guys. Dude, their deck is 80 cards, by the way. No, 70, 79 cards. Because they had 72 cards or something at the start of the round. Or the game. I love that for them. Yeah, look at how many cards they've ripped through already. Like, maybe it was 69 cards for the memes. I don't know, I'd have to look again. I love that they're testing. I hope that they figure out that, like, the Bayou only has 3 health, and that's really awkward. Yeah, they've gone through like 30 cards. Ooh, we got him. I love that. That was awesome. That was cool. I actually do think the lamp is playable in a Jafar deck. I think you can play Friends and Lamp, and it's pretty consistent that they just draw 2 cards. I don't know if that deck has enough legs on its own, but oh yeah, for sure. Like if you're cycling that many cards, you need more than 60, because otherwise you're gonna rip through your deck and just not have enough juice. So I understand what he's cooking. Send these. Crit the crab later. It's ink, but like I'd rather ink something else. This is a good opener. Three hook. I hate that. Oh, it's my turn. I won the roll, of course. Three grab, 2 avalanche. Wow. I don't really like Scuttle. Sorry, I'm off it. Scuttle sucks. I like a lot of the rest of what they're doing. Gaston is interesting. I feel like Gaston is just a worse Ariel, but maybe I'm wrong. I didn't see what they inked because I'm stupid, so I just am gonna keep my Baboom. Nah, I don't care. If they get me, they get me. I'm over it. I think Scuttle's just big mid. Oh my god. They have 50 cards and 1 jump ahead. Oh, this is blue-red. Oh, that makes sense. So then my ink was fine. I really would have liked this second Fishbone Quill, but I guess we have to live without it. Maybe we'll just play the Mickey and that'd be fine too. I probably do just run out the Beast. We'll see what they play. This is the matchup where Beast, in theory, is at its worst, so they just ink Fishbone Quill to play a Fishbone Quill. Maybe we do just cut all the Beasts, so we cut everything that's not just, like, fucking destroying Fishbone Quill. just, like, hard focus on killing Fishbone Quill. This shit's, like, so toxic. Because, like, if this was destroy Fishbone Quill here, it's just a lot better for us, because it still dies to Medusa either way. But that's okay. They haven't drawn any cards, so that's good for us. Simba. Hawkward. There's not a lot that they can do against a 5/7. Not with this much ink, at least. Well, they ripped the Flaversham, which is really annoying. Well, they play it and it finds them an item and then it's fine. Or they play it on turn 1000 and it finds them a different item and it's fine. But overall, I think it's just a very not that powerful card. A second fucking Fishbone Quill. Oh my god, dude. I've already inked a crab. So it's like... I almost have to do this. And just at least threaten the fucking Flaversham if they draw 2 cards with it. They have 2 cards that they want more than a Fishbone Quill ink. I guess that makes sense since they have a second one. Maleficent Dragon would be the most obnoxious here, because then I can't kill the Flav either. Oh, yeah, I mean, I wanted to the turn before, but then they played the Fishbone Quill, and then it was over. The second one, for sure. Like, if I could have sang it with the Beast, maybe. Because it would have been early enough that, like, I could have been ahead on ramp, but now it's past its prime. They play Ektamatoa. It's not great for me. That is actually not bad, though. Because it makes it so that I can kill this. And then I can still Popsicle. So I can do this. Deal 2 damage here. Shoot this. Heal this. Get it back with the Tamatoa and replay it. So shoot this thing. And then we heal here. And then we quest with our crib. And then we get rid of this. Play another Popsicle. I could sack Fortisphere to give the Simba taunt. Would I rather have a Fortisphere than... This way they can't, like, challenge here, or double Maui and kill the Tamatoa. And then I can just get this one back with the crab, and I think that's fine. Like, our worst case scenario is that they sing B prep, because it just blows us out, right? But if they don't have that, then we're in a pretty okay spot. It's not the fastest clock, but it's not bad. And it is kind of hard for them to deal with. Like, 10 Grammatalas isn't really the answer. They can't really quest with their Tamatoa, because I'm just going to double bash it, and it's like, shoot this one too. They can get the ice block back, but then they lose their crab forever. If they choose not to quest or do anything with their crab, like, that's good for us too. Because then it lets us just do that for a whole turn. Oh, they're digging for sure. I guess we'll do this first. Because the one lore off of this isn't really that big of a deal. It's nice, obviously, but it's not that necessary. Don't need coggers. We can do this now. To just grab a popsicle. Another Flaversham. Just hit this. We'll quest. If we get rid of the thing, we can protect the Tamatoa again, but I just don't think it's as necessary now that we're already at 12. Yeah, I thought about it, actually. After I'd already played it, I thought maybe I should have just quested with the Tamatoa. Since because we already had the item in there, like, I think that is reasonable. Vitalosphere. Not having a dime was a little awkward there, because it makes it so that we just don't have as much pressure on the follow-up here. Do I kill the Vitalosphere over the Fishbone Quill? Probably. I don't know if it really matters that much, but I think that's what we're doing. I may keep the Cogsworth. Just as another follow-up. It is really bad against Sisu, though. But if we rip dime or whatever, it gives us something to actually dime. I really like that they blew up all of our items and it just didn't matter. It's kind of strange. Keep thinking about last game. Maybe this deck is a little bit more resilient to that than I thought. They found another crab. They're going to get their Vitalosphere, I guess. They inked their Vitalosphere to play Grammatella. Interesting. Eat this. Draw 2. Well, I guess we'll quest with Beast. Play Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell? I mean, I guess I don't see why not. B-Prep, I suppose, is the reason not, but I mean, this forces their issue. They have to do it right this turn. If they have it. They can't kill all of these with Sisu. And they sort of need to. I guess they don't have to, but certainly feels like they should, at least. They can Popsicle to heal the Tamatoa and try and dig one more, which doesn't seem terrible. I see. So they're looking to see if they... Why would you sack the Quill there? Because you want all the Popsicles for healing? I guess. Feels like that's incorrect to me, but what do I know? All. Yeah. And a Maui, sure. Well, they can't quest with their Tamatoa. Otherwise they lose their Flaversham, I guess. Unless they heal. Okay. So we do this first. And then we play this. And then we do this. And then we do this. Then we shoot this, and then we shoot this, and then we pass. And then they're dead on board. Sisu can sort of save them for a turn. Maui can save them for a turn. B-Prep. Maleficent. But now we can just quest out here. Ariel's a little annoying, I guess. Not that bad. I guess this doesn't really matter, it just makes them have to attack in a specific order, but it's whatever. Like, they still have to kill the Smee too. So I go second against Blue Steel. Maybe I just send all. Feels kind of bad, but I just don't think any of this is what I need. Cogger is also not what I need. This hand is booty. Hopefully we rip into a hand that's playable, because currently we ain't got it. Why not keep Flav? Because currently it doesn't do anything. We had no items, and realistically the card doesn't do anything if I don't have ramp. If I have ramp, it's fine, but I need to hit like one of my 7 ramp spells more than I need a Flaversham, especially in the Whole New World deck. Well, they inked a Quill, which means that they probably have another one. But we are on the draw, which means that they're going to be able to delete basically their whole hand if they want, which is a bit rough. I am not running one jump ahead in this deck, no. I have Mickey's. So they Flav. Okay. So that's kind of rough, because I don't currently have an answer to that. I do with the Let It Go next turn, potentially. Maybe I'm supposed to get rid of Grab Your Sword there instead, because maybe we have a turn where we Mickey, but I would consider hitting Flaversham with Let It Go to stop their draw. Feels more likely that I'm going to Beast something, but like, they've already drawn so many cards. It's really rough. I guess I have to kill the Fishbone Quill instead, which is fine. This might actually be better as a follow-up. So if we send this, and we send the Let It Go, And then we do this to pop the Fishbone Quill and pass. Then we can potentially Hades whatever they play. And even maybe Whole New World the same turn. Yeah, so they crab straight up, get the Popsicle. Double Dime is not it. I think our play... Okay, so... If I'm in a Whole New World, now is the time. Because they have 5 cards in hand. If I play this, and I hit the Tamatoa, then just do this. They have 1 less Tamatoa, and 1 less Popsicle in hand, but also they're already discarding 5 cards, so it's not as bad for us to refill our hand. And then we can get our dime back from the Tamatoas. What are they gonna... They're just gonna draw 2 cards, sure. That's fine. Maybe they're gonna Medusa my Hades, and then we get to kill their Flaversham. Bell. That's not ideal for us. They only have 5. Are they just gonna let us keep all of our shit? What's the play here? Oh, they have a Maui. Okay. Well, that's awkward for us. We shall see what we draw off of this Fortisphere. A Flaversham. I see. Well, I guess we have to draw a card then. Cogsworth and a Fortisphere. Well, we're Fortisphere rich, I suppose. So that's nice, I guess. I do not currently have an answer for Bell, which is really awkward. And it feels like we're about to just get mega fucking blown out by Sisu. Yeah, there's no Zeus in here either. There's Let It Goes. There were other Grab Your Swords, Babooms. All of those would have been fine. We just found none of the things that can actually interact with characters. There's also more Hades, which would have been fine as well. We just did not draw any of those. So what are you going to do? Hope that they don't have a Sisu, I suppose. Crab is annoying. Mostly because it lets them just draw more here. They may not quest at the Bell then. Unless they're just looking to lock in 5. Because they don't want to lose it. They currently don't have a... They could have gotten the dime back, I suppose, but they're just waiting. Interesting. And a Fishbone Quill, and they double ink with Bell. Yeah. So they do quest with Bell, okay. We have all of our crabs. So I guess we'll start with this and see where that leaves us. Okay, so we can't kill their Tamatoa currently, which is a bit unfortunate. We can kill this And the Bell, and the Flav. So we can kill all their shit. Which doesn't seem terrible. Is it better just to develop the Tamatoa? Let's play this first. It might have been better just to develop a Tamatoa. So let's do this. We sing that, we blast here. We quest this into Flaversham. And this into Flaversham. Or we challenge into Flaversham. Okay, so this sets them a bit more behind. I'm just not sure if getting rid of the fucking quilt does anything here. Versus just like trying to actually win. So it certainly feels like just trying to win is better. That would have been helpful. I really need more ink is the problem. Dang. I was hoping that this was bad so we could ink it, but it's actually good. We just would have needed it this turn. Unfortunate. So we'll see what they've got. They almost have to B-prep this board. Because they know that I can get the dime back. With our Tamatoa. And if they don't B-prep it, because they want to keep their own Tamatoa dime going, they're only gaining like 16, and I think we have lethal. It'll be close. Because we're going to gain 2 more, 3 more or something. I don't know what's in their hand. But we're going to gain like 3 more, I think, out of the popsicle and the dime. Which means this is 4 more, which is a little short. So we may have to Zeus their thing. I maybe didn't need 3 Tamatoas, and maybe I was going to need that hard-headed to blow up the dime again. Because now, like, if I get rid of the Tamatoa, they still have their dime in play, which is awkward. Just kidding, it wouldn't have mattered. They had an Aurora. And a Maui. What is Maui killing? Hades? Okay, that's certainly a choice. That means that they didn't dime this turn, though, which is pretty good. Are they going to play it, I suppose? No, they're just going to Flaversham. So they're going to lose their Tamatoa. They're going to lose their Maui. They're going to have, like, an empty board. With, like, dime, popsicle in hand or whatever. Right? Because I can get rid of the Flaversham with this. I can kill this here. I guess I crab this. And then we'll still need to Flaversham it. Because I can't win this turn, so I may as well just wipe their board and set up for next turn. Because we know that their hand is pretty booty. So let's start with the popsicle. I think I can play another one. Rise is a card that is not that useful right this moment. How much is this gaining? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So yeah, that's still not enough. Okay, so we're punching this guy. Boom. We're punching this guy. Boom. Punch here. Boom. We Hades. Flaversham. And then we can ink... I'm just debating if I play this beast. I think I do. Send this and this. Oh, shit. I forgot to attack with the Flaversham. What an idiot. Okay. I didn't need to get rid of the Tamatoa then. That was bad. Yeah, that was a throw. Could have just gotten rid of this Tinkerbell. Whoops. Bit of a throw. We could have had a second or a third Tamatoa instead of a Tinkerbell in our hand, which obviously is much better. Hopefully that won't be necessary. So their hand is kind of mid, in theory. But yeah, that was rough. I probably could have healed the Tamatoa so that they couldn't aerial or Aurora it, but I don't really care if they choose to Aurora it either. This could be a B prep. Dime. Dime go to 13. We knew that they had the dime. Dime go to 15, and then they have a Tamatoa on top? No. So they just decide to just kill it. Okay, that's fine. That was sort of what we wanted. This, not so much, but it's fine. We get to keep our Flaversham, which is okay, because we get to draw a few more cards. 22, 24. Okay, let's start with the Flaversham, I think. So we'll ink, fire the cannons. That's just always happening. Is it? Maybe we were supposed to kill the Medusa. Nah, that doesn't really make any sense. How much does it cost to do Lucky Dime plus the Crab? 8, 15, 16, 17. So we wouldn't have been able to do that this turn. So that's okay. So let's do this. Quest with Hades. And just play double Tinkerbell. And then ink a Tinkerbell. Yeah, fire the cannons would have been smart here. We gotta play a little slower. Think about our lines. Because I had double Tinkerbell in my hand at that point, so I knew that I could have just played 2 of them and shot it. Crab is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That puts him at 19. Aurora is also pretty bad for us. I don't know what this is. Brawl, maybe? No, they would have used that already. Maleficent Dragon. Okay. Finally kills the Flaversham. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I fucked this game. By not having the extra Tamatoa, really did not set us up for success. Because now... like, I have to blow up their board. And I don't really have the resources to do that currently. Which means that I can't play this Tamatoa because I have to Whole New World. Which is really fucking awkward. But they don't need to know that. Like, otherwise I'm just dead on board, I think. But it's not great. So this is enough to kill everything, I believe. Because I can do this. Shoot here for 2. I can play Tinkerbell. Do that. I can play Simba. Deal 2. I mean, we're just dead to a crab. Like, there's not really anything I can do about it, because I didn't draw a thing that removes it. And then I guess we baboom here. play this and quest. And just die to a crab. That's okay. We navigated this game badly. Yeah. Because I had so many crabs, I should have just leaned into that again, and I didn't. Like, I should have just put the dime into play immediately, and then just had that as my plan. Yeah, I might play this Smee out, actually. Debating if I want to keep this Simba. I think he has Talas as well, but it looks like a couple of Auroras. I don't know if it's a full amount over or not. Debating if drawing 2 is better than the Smee. It could be. Oh, never mind. We found a Flaversham, so this is fine. So we'll play this to get some lore in while we can. And then we'll run out this beast and destroy literally anything on turn 4. They ripped a 1 jump ahead. That's bad for us. So let's do this. We'll ink a Popsicle, play the Fortisphere. Quest here and pass. If they don't have any items other than just a Popsicle, I still think I might blow it up with the Beast. But we shall see what they've got next turn. Okay, they just Flaversham it. Then we'll Flav ourselves instead. We'll do this. Damn, okay. Wow. I like all of these cards. Maybe we don't need the Lucky Dime this early. And we'll just use our second one as our way of dealing with the board. I don't really need to ink another time here, I don't think. I don't think that's that necessary. I can just wait a turn, do more draw first. They can't Medusa. They can't Sisu currently. So my Flav, this Flav should get to attack a second time. Or draw 2 extra cards. They have a Vitalisphere. They have drawn 2 more cards. They have like 1,000 cards in hand. Oh, they have Brawl. I guess they can Brawl it. That's fine. Makes sense. Could just ink this Flaversham so that they don't have more draw. Or blow up the Vitalisphere. I'm not sure yet. I don't know what I would even do to hit this is the problem. I mean, it has to be the Hades. I'm just... Like, I sack here, heal, and then I Hades it. Like, I just use this to keep gaining lore. Maybe that's the play. Maybe I am just getting rid of the Fortisphere instead of this beast. Let me just do this. Hades this thing. Popsicle this. And then we'll just quest. And we'll just keep getting in with the Smee. Like, if this is able to gain, like, 8... that puts us in a pretty good spot. And then we can still use the Flaversham to draw cards next turn. Not having the Fortisphere is a little annoying, but... Okay, they do just have another Flaversham. But that means that I get the quest with both of these, which is pretty good. Puts us to 10 already. They play a Fishbone Quill that we can blow up. We could potentially draw 2 cards, and then ink them both, and then Beast. We'll see what we rip. We rip a Tamatoa. Damn. It is going to be unlikely that we want to just flat ink whatever 2 cards we draw, isn't it? And we just always have to play this Beast. Do we take it a little slower? Because they, like, kind of have to blow up this board. I guess they don't have to. I'm going to do it. Risk it for the biscuit. Okay, Mickey, Coggers, both useless. Obviously, Cogs is okay with Smee, but it's kind of unnecessary here. Let's blast the Quill here. Quest with both, go to 10, and then say go. And then we still have the Tamatoa as follow-up if they do B-Prep or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what changes I would make. Maybe potentially more Rises or more Hard-Headeds, because they have been very good in this matchup overall. So they decided to just bash me. That is okay. And then they use this just to kill Flaversham. That is fine. Totally fine. Swords. Swords doesn't really do anything here, so let's play Tamatoa. Let's grab Popsicle, play Popsicle. Swords plus Baboom would have been fine, because then we could have killed this, but without it, I guess we just do this. And then quest here. And then just pass. Wouldn't surprise me if they sing B-Prep if they have it. Because the Sisu's kind of dead here anyway. They could also kill the Hades, Maui, and kill the Beast. If they have Tremaine, that would be very strong for them. So then they could kill everything and then kill the Tamatoa. That would be a bit of a fucking blowout. Could clean up the board, but it would be really bad if we lose this Crab. This Crab is going to win us this game here, if it's able to. If they're attacking there, they could still have that line if they have the Maui. They have Bell. I don't really care about Bell. They do have the Maui, though, so I thought that they did. Unfortunately for them, that won't actually matter. I don't believe that I play the Fishbone Quill because I'm just going to cast both of these. We can just quest here, Popsicle, and then if we rip Dime off of this, we just win anyway. Okay, we did not, but we can do this. Kills those, and then we Baboom and kill the Bell, and then pass. And then we're not in an awesome position here if they had a Maleficent Dragon, but it does not seem like they did, so our Crab is going to be good enough here. And this is all without Ariel in our deck, so I do think that that is something of note. They have to work under the assumption that I don't have any items, but I do happen to have an item, so we got them. So let's refresh our stats here. So with this list, we basically have not lost, right? Because we lost games, but we didn't lose matches. Or did we lose against Red Blue? No, we 2-1'd them both times. I do, but there's nowhere to put her. Deck's really tight. Like, I want more hard-headeds, and I want more beasts, and I wouldn't mind the 4th Cogsworth, because I do think it's still a good card. I don't know, I'm just out of room. But overall, I do think that the deck list is pretty good. Like, I'm kind of happy with where it's at. I think there's a world where you just run more hard-headeds instead of the beasts. And I think that that would be okay. This list feels pretty good right now, actually. The 2 Hades have been pretty nice. Like, the Hades and the Let It Go have been very good. Our Beast / Rise of the Titans numbers, like, ideally it would be a little higher, but I have not hated the Tragic Beast in combination with, like, the Flavershams. It has. So, sometimes you play Beast when you have a Flav in play, because it protects the Flav, because they can only kill one with their Medusa. Right? It, like, overtaxes Medusa a little bit. Because most of the time in that matchup, if all you have is Flav for their Brawls and their Medusa, they just kill all of your draw, and then you have to Whole New World them, which is rough. But this way you at least have some other alternatives. Which has felt pretty good, I think. We'll do 1 or 2 more games. I'm getting a little hungry. But we'll probably be on again tomorrow either way. So we go first. We could just turbo into Whole New World with this draw. Since the Cogsworth is guaranteed. Maybe we don't with the Flav. I will be going to Chicago, yeah. So we're trying to figure out our deck for Chicago, basically. I think we're going to send a Fortisphere, and we're going to Popsicle. And we may not Flaversham at all. We may just eat it and Whole New World instead. But we'll keep that up as an option. Maui into Unknown. Okay. Well, it's likely then that they are... Yeah, the Hades are also very good in the mirror is the thing. Like, yes, the cog wall is very good in the mirror, but there's other things that you can do that are also pretty good in the mirror that we now have access to. Oh, shit. That's fucking embarrassing. I got rid of my Baboom, and now we're getting Baboomed. So that's not ideal. I guess we're sending the crab away. This guy's gonna get in for like 8, because I can't kill him next turn. And why did I get rid of my Baboom? That's so weird. I guess because they inked Maui, and I assumed that they were on blue-red, but they are, but they're on like blue-red guys. Which was unexpected. We could let it go. Instead. Yeah, thanks for popping in. I feel like we should let it go. The Cogsworth just isn't doing it. We'll just do this and send it back. And then we may just end up Hadesing whatever they play. Because I got rid of my Baboom, I just don't have the ability to interact. Yeah, the Maui didn't really tell me a lot. I should have kept it just in case they were on an aggressive deck. Because they could have been on red-purple too, and they could have just done the same line. So yeah, getting rid of the Baboom was silly. Probably blue-red. just in general, I think is the worst matchup for any mid-rangey deck. Sisu and another Flynn Rider. So I don't think I need to get rid of the Sisus. Oh, man. Or, sorry, I don't think I need to get rid of the Flynn Rider like I can get rid of a Sisu. We double ink. If we ink this and this, then I just, like, have no more draw. And then this has to carry the whole world. I guess. So we do this and pass, and then it's not great. Because it can just get Medusa'd here, and then we're just dead. Yeah, we fucked this game bad. By letting them Flynn Rider us. Rough. I mean, blue steel isn't just a blowout against, you know, I can beat blue red fine. And I'm working on building the list so that it's able to do better into that as well. It's not quite there yet, but... So we do this. And then I guess we blast the Sisu, because that's all I got. And then we just hope that this is good enough. Because we inked a little wrong, so then we weren't able to draw cards because we were dying. Basically, our 6 ink turn should have been playing Baboom plus, like, draw 2 cards or whatever with Flaversham, and we just didn't leave ourselves that as an option because we got rid of the Baboom. So we're just super far behind and we're out of cards in our hand. So we had to play catch-up the whole time. So likely we're just dead this one and we'll just have to go to the next one. It's fine. But duly noted. It's an okay draw. Simba would have been better just because we could have killed this or this. Probably the Medusa, obviously. I've seen worse draws in the deck. Grammar Taller. Another Tinkerbell wouldn't be bad. It's an interesting list having the Flynns and the Sisus. I wonder if it's just normal blue-red and then it just is running all these dorks to try and beat the mirror. That doesn't seem impossible to me. Can't really quest with anything except for the Flav. Which wouldn't be bad. But if I draw anything that deals any damage, then they just lose their Medusa and their Flav for free. But the alternative is they're just going to pass, which, I mean, maybe is fine. So we did rip a Simba. Well, we'll jam the Simba here. Simba shooting Medusa, I suppose. This is 3/6, so we can't really quest. But we'll kill their Medusa. And then pass. Great Stone Dragon is pretty interesting in this matchup. It's a little slow, but maybe it's fine. I wonder if they just don't have ice blocks is sort of the play. I think this card is just, like, abysmally slow. Every deck that I've thought about putting it in just feels slow. If it didn't make it exerted, or it, like, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Like, they're going to end up with a lot of ink from it this game. So maybe it's better than I give it credit for. This feels really slow. Reminds me of, like, Thawing Glaciers. Which is definitely a playable card, but... I see, they're just going to cash it in for 2 cards. That's fine, then. So it's not bad then. Whole New World would be a nice draw, I think. Just playing dorks, huh? Well, that was a mistake then for you. Because we get to kill everything but this Sisu or this Cruella, I guess. Maybe leave Flynn Rider. Because I get to do this. And then that lets me do this. Yeah, we can do this way. And we'll heal it. So then this can deal 2 damage to either Flynn or Sisu. I guess if they're shifting Sisu, that's pretty bad. So maybe we just kill the Sisu then. We'll just leave him with Flynn Rider, because it's realistically just a 2-2. We'll do that. We'll shoot here. And then I guess we heal one of these. Maybe the Tinkerbell, because if they decide to just Maui the Simba, that's fine. Do that and pass. So we get to kill a bunch of their stuff. Still not great. They can go to 14 here. Flynn Rider doesn't get to gain anything. It just is a 1 lore quester. Which is why I left that in play. Because if they can shift Sisu, they can just gain 3 and go to 16, which I don't love. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean it's awesome for them, but they would get to go to 16. Oh, I didn't. I'm just stupid. I was thinking I was attacking it with Tinkerbell. No, I'm the dumb one. It's okay. Don't worry. You're absolutely right. I forgot Simba's a 5/7 and could just kill it because it had 1 damage already from the Tinkerbell. So Simba could have done that without the Baboom, and then I could have Baboomed the Flynn Rider, and then they just have nothing. Yeah, that would have been much, much better. It's okay. They have thrown back because they didn't use their Maui to kill our Simba. So that's good for us. Especially if they quest with their Flynn Rider. But yeah, you're right. We could have just had the Flynn off the table too. It would have been free. So that was just a mistake. Because this only had 5 health. I just wasn't thinking. This is 5 damage. That puts us down to 0, and then it's dead. I guess we do this to kill the Maui. I mean, we didn't really need to. It's kind of all the same. We're still going to hit this here. I don't think the play is to draw 2, even though you always loot. It's possible that I'm supposed to loot first in case we want to do something better than Tinkerbell here, but Tinkerbell still feels like a fine play. But I guess if we do the Simba, like, we're not going to... If I do it the other way, we're not going to loot, so... Why do they keep killing Tinkerbell and not Simba? I don't understand. Do they not know what this does? This is just the same card, but better. I'm confused. Unless the 4 health is relevant here instead of the 5. But, like, realistically, this is just a better card. Once it's in play. Strange. We'll see. Maybe they'll just bash it with their Maleficent. It'd be okay. We're, like, really far behind here. Yeah, I guess. Everybody's forgetting about how Simba works. Yeah, we really fucked this game up, though, by not saving that Baboom turn 2. So we'll see if we can salvage it. It seems unlikely, given like how little we've actually been able to put together this game, but there's a world where we can use the Simba to bash in the Maleficent and draw 2, and then maybe pull out of this, but 16-2 is a really hard deficit against the blue deck. So if they're playing Lucky Dime, like, they just get to blow us out with that, because we don't really have an answer to it right now. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking about. Maybe they have another X2 in their hand and they don't want us to Simba it. They have an ice block. Yep. Imagine if this was a 4 strength character. Wow, they just did nothing. Okay. This is free then. Simba and a crab. Wow. Okay. So we do have a popsicle in there. It feels bad, but it is probably right to do this. Like, if we actually want to try and win this game, we have to start playing cards that are good instead of cards that are just okay. If I could have saved the Simba in hand, I probably would have, but since there wasn't anything on the board to blast, like, I think the crab is just better here. Give to pinch. Sisu, bad for us. Medusa, also bad for us. Yeah, like, they could have gotten us with the Tinkerbell pretty easily. We have no items in the bin, so we'll have to get rid of one of these. But let's see what we've got first. I guess we gotta do this. And then we'll crab it. And then draw again. Just to see what we've got here. Let it go. We can let it go the Sisu. Send that to the Shadow Realm here. Am I ever really going to use this Smee? Maybe. If I rip Dime, this is not enough, even with the Dime. They play a Sisu and a Flynn Rider, so we need another answer to, like, Sisu. So we need, like, a Hades, let it go. Tinkerbell does not do it, so we're dead. Oof, we perish. Okay, they got me. We'll see if we are on the play, if our deck actually has cards in it that do anything. We can maybe keep Fire the Cannons this time. In this matchup. We'll send a couple of popsicles, see if we can hit some ramp, but we can hit Flynn with this, which is nice. Yeah, thanks for popping in. I should hopefully be on a little bit more tonight, and then probably some tomorrow. Is my plan. But then we'll have to lock in our choice probably tomorrow. I feel like we're pretty close to where I want to be. Like, the list doesn't feel miserable anywhere. Probably Friday morning. It's like a six and a half hour drive if traffic is really bad. This is nice. Minnesota. So it's really not that far for me. I do like Let It Go in this match. This is worse, but we're on the play. Maybe we do send the Let It Go. Do this and then pass. We have a Baboom, which will probably ink. Unfortunately, this isn't as good as I would like it to be if they do play a Flynn here. If it was the other card... Oh, this doesn't matter then. If they're just playing items. Yeah, if it was Fishbone Quill, then we could shoot with Fire the Cannons right away. But since they're not, we can just send this, and then we'll play the Fishbone Quill and ink the Mickey. We'll keep it for now. We'll do this. And then our play is to play Beast, especially since they haven't ramped. If they do play Fishbone, we'll play the Hard-Headed instead. I would rather play the Tragic Hero here, because this is... I guess they have Ice Block, so it's a little awkward. But there's only so many turns where the Tragic Hero is actually playable on the play, where it's kind of safe. But with the Ice Block, it's a little less safe. Oh, that's so gross. 4 Queen's Castles in play. Barf. Yeah, I don't know what to do with all these, against all these stupid locations, like what the plan is. It's kind of brutal. I wonder if I'm supposed to just kill their Ice Block, or just, like, draw cards this turn. Yeah, inking a Brawl is nice, but they still probably have Brawl. I could always play this and destroy that, or I could just play this and just have more cards to play with. And then they might Brawl this instead. But they do have the 1-drop Sisu as well, which is kind of annoying. This changes things a little bit, because it gives us something to set up for. I mean, we could do the Grab Your Sword line too, but I think I get rid of this and the Fishbone Quill. And then I just pass. I wouldn't mind another Fishbone Quill, but since I couldn't play it this turn, it's not as strong. But we do have the Beast Hard-Headed, which I'm probably going to play next turn. Maybe blow up the Ice Block even. See what they do. If their play is just Flower Sham, that makes my line even better. I almost do regret inking that other Quill. Okay, so they do have the shitty Sisu. Makes sense, I suppose. Just play a Crab. I think this is better. I can just play the Crab later. I'm just gonna do this and blow up this stupid Ice Block. Threaten their Sisu here. Did I just shoot this one? Kind of just want to shoot this one. Kind of just want to do something like that. Feels a little weird not to ink the extra one. Like, maybe I am supposed to just ink the Crab and, like, play towards Whole New World, but this Beast isn't guaranteed to live this turn. Yeah, I was hoping that they'd play a Flaversham. Certainly makes my Inkling to Whole New World a lot better. I am debating if I want to play the crab first or not. We shall see. I don't think that they can quest that there's Sisu. I think that's an error. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I can play one crab, not to both. So we'll play the crab, do this. Ink that. Send this. So their hand was 2 more Sisus, 3 Sisus, and some Flynn Riders and stuff. So that's our play. And I guess we pass. And then we probably run out the Quill if they kill the Tamatoa. And if not, we'll just play the Dime and we'll just gain a bunch this turn. Even if we don't get anything back from the Tamatoa, I think that might be the line. We'll see. We'll see where they leave us. Yeah, not having any ramp is rough, because now, like, do they even ramp here? It's kind of awkward. Like, I almost consider just Fishbone Quilling and then just immediately Whole New Worlding again. Like, getting the Dime back with the Tamatoa instead. Especially if they're looking to draw with Flaversham here. Because I can, like, ink, Quill, ink another one, and then just, like, rip a whole new hand. And then do this to get the Dime back. Because that would be the only item in our bin. So they play Ice Block. And another Sisu. Yeah, I kind of don't even hate it. We, like, do this. Ink this. The Sisus are a bit annoying. But I really do like the idea of Whole New Worlding again. Maybe the play is that we Baboom a Sisu. Or the Flynn Rider. I think we have 2 Whole New Worlds left. Sorry, 2 Grab Your Swords. I think I'm gonna shoot that guy and then Whole New World. Okay, so we can kill their whole board and still do the Dime play. So that's nice. So let's do that. So we'll get the Dime back. We'll grab your sword. We'll shoot the Sisu. And then we'll send it back. And we just have double their ink. Like, I don't know how they catch up from here. 7 is just, like, not enough to fight what we're doing. I'm not even sure 7 is enough to kill Tamatoa on its own. Like, we're at the point where I don't even care that they have Flaversham. Babooms have been overperforming in combination with the deal 2 from other stuff. At least in this matchup. I think they're just dead if they don't kill this crab, right? As we Dime, This gains 6, 12, 14. I mean, they're not just dead, but if we rip any item, they are. Distract. I love that. That's sweet. They're really leaning into the Sisu stuff. I mean, they can kill this with a brawl now. That's cute. Real cute, buddy. Guess they're going to lose their Flabbersham for that. And their Ice Block. Maybe we'll kill the Ice Block. We'll see. They play a Cruella, sure. It was cute, certainly. We have another crab. I think we'll jam the crab like next turn. Because we don't really have any items in the bin anyway. I think we just bash here. We Flaversham of our own. Draw some card. Maybe could have sacked the other one so we heal the beast, but I just don't even know if I'm going to do that. More popsicles. That's nice. I don't know how much I care about this, then. I think this can get inked for sure. And, like, I really want to play this dime. Maybe I just don't care about the Rise of the Titans anymore. Let's do this. Let's play a popsicle, and then we'll decide. Another Flaversham. I can play one more. Another dime. Ooh, okay. That changes things a little bit. I don't even think we need another Flaversham. We have enough cards to win the game here. Because it's 15, 16, 17 to play a Tamatoa and a dime. And then it's 2 more to activate it. So in 2 turns, we just get to kill them. But we almost kill them next turn. It's kind of wild. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. But I think having the dime is safer because they could have just B-prepped the board then. Like, I'm not going to play this Tamatoa until we can just kill them. Because we don't have to. If I had another Tamatoa, it would be different. But because I only have the one, like, I'm just going to run out another dime. We're just going to gain some lore here. And then we'll just kill them the turn after, right? We'll just wait until we have both dimes in play. And I think that's just safer. And the reason that it's necessary to be safe is because we can be. We can afford to do that. And there's not really anything that they just don't have enough ink to stop us from just playing another dime, gaining a little bit of lore with this, and then waiting until next turn to just double dime our crab. We don't have to even have this in play to get any more lore either. Like, that is also unnecessary. But they might just trade, which if they do, that's fine. Yeah. Because this is already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's already enough to be lethal with the crab, just for the double dime. So we'll just play all of our cards except for our crab, and then we'll kill him. Oh, we'll do this instead. That's great. Play Tinkerbell. Play dime. I don't even honestly need to use the dime this turn. I can just do this, and then the game is over. Yeah, I was one short of just winning. I would need 18, or 19, I think. Because this 15, 17 to play it and activate it, but we'd need to double activate. So this way we can just do it on our next turn. Just do this for 12. Or 13, I guess, because we want to get this popsicle, but we don't even really need it, because this is already 8 each. 16, this is 23. And they're worried about, like, whatever this is doing. The distract is really cute, like, to make your Medusas and stuff better, but it just seems really expensive to me. If it was a song, maybe. But at least it draws a card. It's not that bad. It's kind of a cute combo. But they're just big dead, so we'll just do that. Crab, popsicle, popsicle, draw, Fortisphere, draw, dime, dime. Run up the score! Alright, we'll have to see how we do on the draw here. Baboom is a little bit better on the draw against the Flins. Do still need ramp pretty bad. We can maybe keep the Smee in case we don't hit something better against the Flins. Which means... Hello? We can get rid of the Fortisphere. Yeah, I 20'd him that turn. Running up the score. It was a good hand for going second, all things considered. Yeah, right. 12-hole ink or 12-hole lore in a turn. Yeah, that doesn't seem particularly difficult in this deck. Baboom is a great draw here, actually. We don't have any draw, so I don't think the double Fishbone Quill is it for us. But we can definitely ink one of them. We may keep this to get an extra ramp, but we do still need some card draw before that matters. So if they play Flynn, we'll dump it. If they don't, that's fine. I don't think we're actually running out the Smee this game. I will hold on to the Baboom, but the Smee is just not where I want to be when they have so many potential answers for it. There's just other stuff I think we can be doing with our time. The fact that they can distract it and then kill it with a Sisu is really annoying. So we just don't have to lean into any of that. They ink a Sisu, that's surprising. I assume that they have another one. Okay, that makes sense then. So we'll ink a Cogs, play our Fishbone Quill, and I guess here we're sending the Mickey. A bit of a tough spot. The Sisu's going to be in play for a while. I don't know why its stats are so big. This card is really strong. Like, a 1/4 that just is often like a 3/4 or bigger is kind of crazy. That it also quests for 2. Blow up their popsicle here. Kind of don't hate that, actually. I don't think I double ink this turn. Just in case, because I can always do it next turn. It doesn't really enable a ton for us that we don't already have access to. But we can double ink and play something, and then it'll make the Sisu small enough to punch, which I think is valuable, potentially. Makes it so they can't quest with it. Like, this card is very good against the Sisu, just being a 4/4. I hope that their hand is just like 3 Flavershams, and they just don't have any other items. We just got him with the Mad Beast. I almost want another one, but I don't know where I'm going to put him. They definitely had a Flaversham. Oh yeah. Nice Flaversham. Which means that their whole hand is just Flavershams. That's bad for them. They're like, this beast is bullshit. Just like blowing up Popsicles is so good when all their draw is locked up in Flavershams and Popsicles. Just so good. Now we just get to eat this for free. I think that's so nice. We just get rid of Coggers. We need to make it a little bit smaller still. We can play Tinkerbell. And then just ink one of these. I guess Baboom, maybe. Yeah, we'll get rid of the Baboom. Then we just get to punch this. And then we can heal it, I suppose. I don't know if healing it is even necessary here, but we'll do it. I mean, honestly, like, Benja is so weird in these decks. Because even when the Benja is really good, it's just, like, not that good. Because this can do everything that the Benja can. Because you just, like, don't care that much if they have an item for one turn. But this is, assuming that you're playing this on 4, which means that you did a ramp, right? Because we're trying to get our 4-drops on, or our 5s on turn 3, right? That's the play. Or, sorry, on turn 4. We're trying to go 3 to 5. So if you're playing this, it's just the same card as Benja, except it can also sing your stuff. But it's just a bigger body. It doesn't die to as much stuff, and it actually puts a threat on the board. I don't think Benja's bad. I just don't necessarily think it's for this deck when you can leverage the 5-cost thing better. Yep. Of all the cards in the game, that is one of them. So is this. Bye. This is the problem with the heavy Sisu lists, is Sisu is okay on its own, but it needs too many moving parts to be able to, like, consistently remove stuff like these, because they're just a little too big, and you need a lot of ice blocks for it to work. So we disrupted their draw, and now what? Like, we interrupted their draw for, like, a turn, and now their whole plan is falling apart. Another Sisu. Man, they are going to be fuming. Actual fuming. Boom. Tinkerbell. They almost certainly have a big Sisu in hand, right? And they're looking to shift it or whatever. Like, that's the only reason that they would be playing out these Sisus, unless that's just their whole hand, right? B-Prep would be good here, but at least we have an okay follow-up. It does certainly feel like just this Flaversham is not it. Grammar Taller. I can appreciate that. This can be where they find a Popsicle to make their Flaversham better. And I just kill them if we draw an Inkable, right? Maybe I should have used the Quill on the Fire the Cannons because of that. Because if we get to untap, they just lose to the Lucky Dime. I didn't actually think of that at the time, like if we rip it on Inkable. It doesn't matter. Just do this. Boom, 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 boom. Oi. Boom. Lucky Dime. I don't know how many games we played. I thought there was like a thing where we just like don't gain Elo or something until 10 games. I'm not really sure. But we're climbing. I mean, we're almost up to 1,300. Not really sure how it works. The PvP stats and stuff. but doesn't particularly matter because it's all moot and gone soon anyway, I guess. But overall, like, the deck feels like it's in a pretty good spot with these numbers. And does anybody really have any thoughts about where these numbers are right now? Because it actually, outside of like the desire to maybe have another beast or maybe have another one of these or whatever, the list feels pretty good. Like, I want certain cards a little more, but overall, I think it's kind of where I like it. And it maybe needs a little bit more play, but like, there's just, where the hell else do you do more stuff? Like, there's certain matchups where the Cogsworth is just very good, right? Basically every steel matchup, it's very good against green steel. So the Mickey over one jump is, one, it's to be another body, but I'll also show you the reason why the one jump don't really make any sense. Okay, so if we go back to my decks here and we go to this one, and I sort by cost. Okay, so we have a lot of ones. It is also the Ursula 2-drop is a consideration. But so we have ones and we have twos, right? That are better on the play or the draw. Like, Baboom is much better on the draw. It's okay on the play still, depending upon what they play. But this is usually to deal with like a Diablo or a Robin or whatever, right? So we have our ones and we have our twos. So we look at our 3-drops, and all of our 3-drops get us from 3 to 5, or sometimes 3 to 6 with the Fishbone Quill. But if you look at our 4-drop slot, it has 4 cards, and all of them are Flabbersham, and you can play this guy whenever the fuck you want, and he's awesome, right? Because I've read him. He's great. He just draws 30 cards every game, okay? So the only way to make one jump worthwhile is you kind of don't want to be running this nonsense as much, and you need more 4-drops because you're going from 2 to 4 then for the payoff. Because going from 2 to 4 in this deck literally doesn't do anything, because we already have plays that we're looking to make on 1 and on 2, right? And sometimes our 2-drop play is just like we play another one of these, right? And that's okay too. And then we get to 3, and we ideally try to ramp. Like Rise of the Titans, it costs 3, but not really, right? It probably costs more like 6 or 10, you know. It's something that if we absolutely have to play it that early, yeah, I saw his list today. He's playing a little bit of 1-jumps and more 4s. I don't hate it. I like where this one is at a little bit more. Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, you would have to fully kind of switch the package over. So I don't really want to do that, but you definitely are playing a very different deck with the 1-jumps. Yeah, Savage list, I like it a lot, but it suffers from different problems, right? Both of them have different problems, and I think that's what is interesting, is it really just depends upon your matchups. Are the Babooms a lot better because the way that they ran out their cards, like dealing with a Robin early so they don't shift, or dealing with a Diablo, like that ends up being stronger? Or is just having more Zeus better because your opponent is on things that can be Zeused, and then you're just double spelling earlier? Yes, both of those are good things, and that's the thing. There isn't a clean answer because it just depends on what you're drawing. But he has 4 Flav and 4 Tala because he goes 1-jump at 2 into a 4-drop, either Flabbersham or Tala, and then he can sing a Zeus to kill a card, right? That's the plan against things like Flynn, things like Diablo or whatever. And it's not that Diablo is inherently even that scary of a card for this deck because you have Whole New World. Like, it doesn't matter as much, and I believe that he's playing 4 Grab Your Swords in his list as well, for that same reason, right? Is you need a way to clean it up. And if you're playing the 3 to 5 jump, which I personally also prefer, then you sort of don't care as much about this spot, and you care sort of about here, and then you care about like your 6s and 7s. Because you're kind of going from here, he's on 3 again. I mean, it's sort of bounced around a little bit. But like we're looking to sort of play one of these, sometimes play a Let It Go, or double ramp into a Tinkerbell, or even play Flaversham plus a Baboom, or a Popsicle plus a Flaversham, and we just don't ink the second time. The Simba is amazing. This is one of the best cards. This card is so good. It is the biggest thing. And it is also another way of dealing 2 damage, which you combine with this 2 damage, and you combine with this 2 damage, and you can combine with the Fight of the Cannons, and you can, you can combine it with a Tinkerbell, and you can actually take out a lot of cards just through chip damage. And then, like, once this is in play, what do they do? What battles this guy reasonably and just doesn't get shit on? Nothing. It's huge. Like, no. Mathematically, they're almost identical. 7 and 8. Percentage-wise, it's like plus or minus 5% to find it. So it really doesn't matter a lot, and it gives me another slot that isn't a shitty fucking Mickey. Because, if we're honest, this card is the worst of the ramp. If I have the option of playing Quill, I almost never play Mickey. But we need more Mickeys, right? We need more 3 to 5. So you play the Mickey, but like you really don't want... You don't want to draw this guy late because he's really bad. Like, he's a terrible top deck, and it also makes your deck worse because when you play Mickey, it's eating one of your other cards randomly, right, that you don't know. So we want to minimize the amount of this that we have to play. You don't hate playing the first one, but, like, the second one is so bad. What happens if you hit both of your dimes randomly? Which can happen. You never really want to see more than one, because you only need to go from 3 to 5. I don't need to go from 3 to 7, right? I don't need to ramp more than once. If I get one of these to go off one time, I'm usually fine for that game. Because it means that I can play one of my things, right? And then I can just ink like normal and then get to my other stuff. Because if you look, most of our deck is not down here. It's up here. But we don't have to double spell right away. You just play a Beast Hard-Headed and kill one of their things, or you play a Cogsworth in a matchup where that's good, and then the turn after, you just play a Tinkerbell. You don't have to play Tinkerbell on turn 4. It's usually good. But, like, you can wait a turn. You can wait another turn and play a Simba, right? Like, a lot of games, we aren't double, triple ramping because we just don't have the cards to do that anyway. But we really want to go from 3 to 5. Like, this whole ass section right here, we just don't want to be there at all. We want to skip that whole universe and just be somewhere else, which is here, right? And then once we're here, we can kind of figure it out to get up to this point, and then eventually, you'll get to the crab, especially with the whole new world. You get to these positions where, maybe now you get to play an extra Fishbone Quill and ink a couple cards or whatever, right? Obviously, there's always the draws where you go Fishbone Quill into one of these, and you just super, super whole new world and just turbo it up, but... honestly, the Sad Beast was okay. I was not unimpressed with it. There's a lot of matchups where it's pretty good. It's still very good against red-purple. I wish I could put more. I wish I could put more of both of these. But I feel like the Hades is just better. The Simba's just better. I believe that 4 Crab is just right with all of these popsicles. Especially in the matchups where, like, you need that. So, like, here's the thing. You play your Flaversham... right, and they kill it in red-blue, right? So you're only really eating one of your items. So then you play more items, and then you have 4 or 5 in play, and now all of a sudden your Tamatoas are awesome when you play them with the dime, and then you just get to close out a lot faster than they do, because oftentimes, especially if you're challenging some of their items and they're Flavershamming and drawing cards, they just don't have that many items in play. And it's sort of the same problem that Tamatoa had last set, where... often he was only really able to dime right away for like 2 or 3 because you didn't really have that many items in play because you just ate them all with Flaversham. Well, now in the matchups where you need Tamatoa to like be questing for 6 or 7, you don't have the ability to eat that many of your items, so it's able to do that because they just kill your Flav. You play it, it draws 2, they kill it. Okay, that's fine. It baited out one of their removals, which are admittedly not super great in the matchup anyway. But then, you get to get it back with the crab, but your crabs are just awesome then. Because now they quest for a lot more, so your dimes plus crabs are more impactful than they ever have been. Which I think is really interesting, so... But yeah, I would say this list is feeling pretty okay for where I'm happy with it. I think I'm going to take a break. It's about 6 hours that we were grinding. I tried the cogless list, this coggers list thing that I made. I didn't hate the Auroras. I definitely think that there's something here if you're on the one jump version. It was not embarrassing at all, and it has a lot of text that is non-standard, so there's value there. You know, being able to protect your items. We got to scry like the look at top and put it either on the top or bottom like 3 to 5 times every turn when she was in play. I've seen worse cards. But this deck didn't have any cogs because we were running so heavy on like the late game stuff. But there's a world where you could fit cogs back into this and move some of the numbers around, and it might be doable. You know, less Hades obviously would be the first start for that. But I do think that if you're playing the Aurora, you likely have to play one jump ahead. Same with Avalanche. I really unironically think that Avalanche requires one jump ahead to be at its best, but maybe it's whatever. The workshops were okay in a couple of games. I think if you're playing a wheelless version, you kind of have to have some workshops. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 or just 1, but I feel like you can't just rely on Beast and your Flaversham's draw alone. I think one of the benefits of playing Blue Steel is that we don't have to suffer shitty draw like Blue Red does. You can afford to do more. You know, you have workshops, you have enough popsicles to really benefit from the workshops. You can have Beast, you can have Whole New World, like you have other cards that draw you extra shit. So you don't have to rely on only Flaversham as your draw. So I think that the workshops can be good if you're running no Whole New World. No, I don't think in this slot, if you're going to run Whole New World, you kind of need to be on at least 3, but probably 4. Because for Whole New World, when you want to cast it is exactly when you want to cast it. You don't want to have to be digging to look for it. You want to slam it like right away, because one of the strongest plays in the game is not the first Whole New World. It's the one that you rip after that, where you inked almost your whole hand, played like 3 things, and then Whole New World again. Those are the plays that are really insane, not just drawing 7 cards, because your opponent still also gets to draw 7 cards, you know? So, like, 1 or 2 Whole New Worlds is okay, but if you're going to skimp on them, I would rather just play the workshops at that point then. This card is going to be a lot better in the blue matchups, where it just sort of sits in play and is able to gain you value. But it is not fast. It is pretty slow. And it does cost a lot of extra ink, so you do have to be aware of that. But it was pretty strong in a couple of games. We played against a discard deck, and we ended up drawing like 6 or 8 cards with the workshops, and it was very good for us. You know, they were trying to make us discard. We were just drawing 3 cards, 4 cards, 5 cards every turn. Discard really doesn't work then. You know, we just figured out how to win from there, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the list that we ended up settling on after we tested. I'm glad that I tested this, because it allowed me to really get a feel for how good the Hades are. I think they're very good in some numbers, right? I think the Ariel is mostly unnecessary with how many how many Tamatoas we have now. I do think it's a good card, but I think it is going to be meta dependent, where when this is really good, it's going to be really, really good. And when it's going to be too rough on the ink, will happen from time to time. Like, there's a world where, because we have 15 uninkables here, we could squeeze one in. But I just don't know what I would cut, right? Every card in this deck right now feels like it is the right number of them for me. Like, the Fire the Cannons is very good as a one-of. You know, I would run more Babooms, but I really can't, so 4 is good here. Like, I do want some Smees, because they are nice when you're Whole New Worlding to, like, play a Smee and a thing. Helps you protect against Tremaine a little bit, and it also just puts a little bit more pressure on. But I very rarely was using this as a super aggressive card. Occasionally, but never, like, really excited about running out a bunch of them. And especially when you've shaved on the Cogsworth, the Smee gets a little less good. I actually think 3 Cogsworth might be right, because there's not a lot of matchups where you really need to be dumping a bunch of them in play, where one of them is usually fine, like you just do 1 into a Tinkerbell, and then that's just as good as 2 Cogsworth, but it puts more pressure on what your opponent is doing. Yeah, pretty happy overall, though, with our performance today. And I've learned some things about how you can be aggressive in this list, in these colors, specifically with like the Fortisters and the Popsicles and the Tamatoa, more so than what we had maybe been in the past. So I am glad that I was able to learn something out of the tournament today. Obviously, doing better in the tournament would have been nice, but learning is just as valuable, if not more valuable, for $10 than doing super well at it. I don't think so. The thing is, it just doesn't matter. Like, okay, so let's imagine that they can squeak one Judy in. When you have 4 Tamatoas, like, is blowing up one dime one time that good? Like, I very rarely am blowing up dimes. I'm blowing up the other shit, right? I'm against my opponent. I'm popping their fishbone quills or ice block or even popsicle. I got one game and it was awesome because they just like didn't have enough items then to do their other stuff. The Judy isn't as good at doing that because like we have so many crabs now. When we only have one crab, popping a dime that we just raw run out is better. But when you have 4 Tamatoas, it just doesn't matter as much. It's weird, right? You would think that having some item destruction would be valuable, but it just isn't enough. If anything, I would rather see them play whatever that one-drop one is that pops an item and they gain 2 lore or whatever. I'm pretty sure that you can use that on your opponent's items as well. And if that's the case, then, like, that's probably better than Glean. Yeah, banish chosen item, its player gains 2 lore. Like, something like this is just faster. It just gives them 2 lore, but, like, if you're blowing up something that's more important, maybe that's okay. You know, rather than playing Judy and letting them draw a card, like, is the character worth it, or is just, like, the cost better? I don't really know. I'm not really sure. I don't think we're quite at that point yet of the metagame because Blue-Steel isn't as much of a contender on average against Blue-Red. Like, they're not teching for us because this is generally considered a favorable matchup for them. So if you ever get to the point where this isn't a favorable matchup, then they're going to have a hard time existing in the metagame because they're already kind of losing to Green-Steel and some of the really aggressive decks. And if this deck can give them a headache and they have to start teching for it, it's going to make their other shit worse. Right? Like, all of a sudden, their tech cards are good against you, but they're terrible against the aggro decks. Because they're destroying items. Like, what does Judy do against Green-Steel? Discards a card. Lets them target your thing with removal. Like, rough, you know? Not that Glean is much better, but at least, you know, I don't know, at least it's cheaper. It's hard. Yeah, they're already having to bring up back Tremaine for Tamatoa, Ariel. Like, they can't beat Ariel if you don't have it. You know, like, we're already kind of there, and it's mostly for Ariel. Yeah, if they have to tech for anything, it's Flynn. But they already have Brawl. Like, they're already running as much as they can for that. But I think that's the reason that I like the Baboom so much. Because if our opponent runs out Flynn and we just don't have this, it's bad. It's really bad. If Flynn gains 7 or more, you're just dead. There's just no coming back from that. They gain too much. It puts them too far ahead. And then by the time that you stabilize, they're at 14. And then you're literally at kill everything every turn for the rest of the game, which is just never a good spot to be. Because it means that Whole New World is, like, really bad. Because you're never ahead. You're always on the back foot. And you don't want that. So that's why I like the Babooms. Yeah, this list feels pretty good. If you have any questions, certainly feel free to let me know. You guys, for the most part, should know where to find me on the Discord. I am also going to upload this to YouTube. And you can certainly send questions there, and I will check them out. But yeah, the Hades feels really good at 2. The Let It Goes feel great. This should make the Mufasa matchup kind of trivial as well, comparatively to what it was before, because you just, like, you hit Mufasa and they struggle. You can clean up the rest of their stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. So I do appreciate everybody for hanging out. If you have not followed me on YouTube, you should. It would be helpful for me. I'm going to see if anybody else is on before I just kill the thing. I don't know if anybody else is even streaming. Oh, a bunch of people are streaming. Hell yeah. Let's send you the Pink Jedi guy. I was watching him the other day for a bit, and they are. Are you even streaming? You're not even streaming. What do you mean raid you? Get out of here. This guy. I would raid you. I'm gonna raid the mature audience stream. So anybody who's a child, you gotta go. You gotta get out of here. It's only 11:52 p.m. Central, so you're probably asleep anyway. But I will send you over there. Everybody, thanks for hanging out, and I'll probably see you tomorrow.